it real quick, 'cause
Saying 1, 2, 3.
Okay, looks like we're set. Good morning. Welcome to the 596th board meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region in Sacramento. This meeting of the regional board is called to order at 9:03 a.m., I guess, on Friday, December 13th, and a quorum of the board is present. I'm Mark Bradford, Chair of the Central Valley Board. I will introduce the other board members in just a minute. Mindy, can you please begin by providing instructions for members of the public that plan to participate in today's meeting?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mindy Maxwell, and I am the clerk of the board. I will provide some information on how public participation will be organized for today's meeting. If you wish to make a verbal comment on one of the board items, or if you want to make a comment during public forum, you must be in person, using the Zoom webinar, or calling in by phone. If you are currently watching the webcast on YouTube but wish to comment, please email me at agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov and request the Zoom link. If you are on the Zoom webinar and wish to speak but have not registered, please virtually raise your hand and you will be called upon. If you are using a computer or tablet, please click the raise hand button. If you are calling in on the telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. If you want to speak and do not raise your hand, your chance to speak could be missed. If you are in person at the meeting and wish to speak, please fill out a blue card at the registration table and provide it to the staff person. Staff will call each commenter by name and your microphone will be unmuted. For those calling into the meeting via telephone, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. For the record, please state your name and who you are representing before you speak. This is especially important for those calling in to testify on an item. Unless additional time has been previously granted, a 3-minute timer will be used. You will hear a bell when the 3 minutes are up. Please speak from a quiet location to avoid background interference. I would also like to give a friendly reminder to our board members, presenters, and staff to please mute yourself when you are not speaking to avoid background noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. I'll now introduce the other board members as follows. Nick Ovdis from Sacramento. We have Denise Cadera from Allensworth. Elena Lee Reeder, also of Sacramento. Art Baggett from El Portal. And Sean Yang is not here today, but he's our 6th board member. And I'm again, Mark Bradford, Sacramento. Nicole Morgan, State Water Board member, is participating in this meeting and will provide an update a little later. I will now introduce Executive Officer Patrick Palupa, who will introduce his staff. Before that, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, set, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning, Chair Bradford, members of the board, and I hope you enjoy the Christmas holiday decorations that we've got up here in the office. And I know it brings a little bit of festive nature to the board meeting. I'll introduce some of the staff we have. We've quite a few in the audience today. Directly across from me, we have Chris Moskal and Jessica Yar from the Office of Chief Counsel. We're switching it up just a little bit. To my right is Bailey Toft Dupuis, also from the Office of Chief Counsel, since she is the Chief Advisory Attorney on a couple matters that will be before the board today. That's why she's sitting in the unusual seat today. To my immediate left is Mindy Maxwell, Clerk to the Board and Executive Assistant, and to her left is Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer in the Rancho Cordova office. In the audience, we have all 3 of our other Assistant Executive Officers, JJ Baum of the Rancho Cordova office, Clint Snyder of the Redding office, and Christina Shoup of the Fresno office. We also have a number of the managers from all 3 offices here today. And with that, I will turn it back to you.
Thanks, Patrick. Board member communications. Are there any communications from board members since the last board meeting? Looking down the line.
I'll go ahead and start. On October 30th, I attended the virtual staff workshop for the draft dairy order. On November 20th, Patrick Palupa and Adam and I attended the Clear Lake Hitch Third Government Summit. I learned a lot about the Clear Lake Hatch, the chai. Great conversations, productive meeting, definitely a collaborative approach to conservation and restoration with tribal leadership in our departments and agencies. Everyone left with their set of marching orders and a clear map of the path forward. However, I can't recommend the drive back as it was long and very eventful, and the three of us almost died after our cars hit rocks from a landslide that was triggered by a heavy cyclone. So shout out to Eric Echtel for coming back to search for us and take us home. Quick thinking on Patrick's part because nobody knew where we were.
I think that's the most dramatic update we've heard in a while. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and happy holidays. And I love the decorations. It's the best part of the year. So just seeing it is a very festive time. So I have quite a bit to mention, so I'll get started. On the 25th of October, I attended the all-day integrated Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Program Technical Advisory Council, in which I serve. And many of the items that were being discussed, from dealing with forest fires, the drought, flooding, all of those items, many of them related to some of the things that we were doing in Allensworth. As a result of that, on October 12th, we had a meeting with Melissa Beaudry from the California Office of Emergency Services, expressing an interest in having Allensworth participate in the Hazard Mitigation Summit that took place December 5th. I also have attended the meeting of on November 20th. It was a meeting, all-day meeting and tour with members of BLM, the Sequoia River Land Trust, local farmers, the Audubon Society, the Tachi Yokuts, all a part of dealing with restoring ecosystem in the Central Valley area, Southwest Tulare County, where I am, looking at restoring the Atwell Island wetlands, wildlife habitat. And there was actually discussion at that session of asking the Tachi Yokuts to take over and manage the Atwell Island wetlands. So that was a tremendous opportunity at that time for us, because we've been trying to work with the Tachi Yokuts in there at the table. And we're looking forward to the opportunity of what that might bring to the Central Valley, southwest part of Central Valley, connecting all of the different wetlands, Pixley wildlife, and many of the others. On the 2nd of December, I attended the swearing-in ceremony of Senator Hurtado. And as I mentioned earlier, we did do a presentation at the Hazard Mitigation Summit, where we talked about the challenges of the flooding that Allensworth experienced, the challenges of underserved communities, and what our APA, the Allensworth Progressive Association, is doing to be more climate adaptive and resilient in addressing matters in our community. On December 6th, I attended the Self-Help Enterprises 60th anniversary. It's a nonprofit organization that we all have participated in, or have worked with us. It's a great organization, and most of the work that they've done has been to keep Allensworth alive, actually, because they were the ones that installed the first water system for our community. They've worked with us on addressing many of the issues pertaining to not only the domestic water system, but helped us get our sewer planning underway, and now we're in the phase of construction design. So a great work by Self-Help Enterprises of 60 years in serving communities not only with housing, but with the infrastructure needs. Then Dr. Gaggill, we've mentioned the arsenic removal program that we've been participating in since 2018. The third testing project is getting underway in Allensworth in early 2020. In 2019, Dr. Gaggill came before this board and did a presentation about the study, sharing the work and the results of the study. We have done phase 1 and 2, and this next phase will be the first phase was addressing groundwater. This next phase will be to address domestic water and how they could remove arsenic from our domestic water system. And then lastly, in our audience this morning, we have our graduate students from UC Berkeley. We have Nehemiah Abele Daike, and we have Isabella Marsban and John Plastowski. They are doing a presentation or their thesis on Allensworth and the challenges we've had at our water and our history with water. So they're with us today. And I think that's it, but I thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, Chair Bradford and members of the board. Happy to be here this morning with you and to provide you with a liaison report. So a few things going on at the state board. The Safe Drinking Water Act anniversary is coming up on December 16th. It'll be the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act. So on December 4th at our State Water Board meeting, we adopted a resolution from State Senator John Laird's office. The resolution is no longer proposed, and that we did adopt that, designates December 16th as Safe Drinking Water Act Day. The presentation showcased California's leadership in drinking water protection, predating the federal Safe Drinking Water Act, along with the launch of a website featuring historic milestones and industry leader statements. So while it has been 50 years and there has been much done, there is much still to do. So, happy to have the website there so that we can see the history. And then also there's also tools there. So there's also educational tools there for teachers to help to educate our the next generations on drinking water, and that we can continue to learn and grow in this area and continue to do better. Changing subjects, the board held workshops for the draft Bay Delta plan. And so the workshops were held on November 20th and 22nd, December 3rd, and yesterday, the 12th. The last workshop is scheduled on January 23rd, 2025. The comments due on the January 23rd workshop are due on January 30th. Comments on the previous workshops through yesterday that comment period has been extended to January 10th. Please see the notice for the workshop agendas. It identifies the specific topics that were covered each day, as well as additional information on how to submit the comments and to participate in the workshop. Anyone who is interested in providing oral comments is welcome to join us on the January 23rd workshop. Sigma probationary hearings. The state board has canceled the January 7th public board hearing for the proposed designation of the Cahuilla Subbasin as a probationary basin. The state board schedules if the state board schedules a new probationary hearing at a later date, the board will release a public notice at least 90 days prior to that scheduled date. The local sustainability agencies in the Kauai Subbasin released amended plans on June 3rd and revised versions of those amended plans on October 3rd. At the request of the State Water Board, our staff reviewed those amended plans to see if the subbasins had responded to the staff's report. That high-level review did show that it appears the subbasins have responded. So that's why we are currently canceling the probationary hearing. Staff will do a more detailed, thorough review. If it is that they have done as it appears, then we will refer them back to DWR. If they have not, we will schedule a probationary hearing. We will hold that hearing. So it's pending the outcome of that more thorough review of the documents. The probationary hearing for the Kern County Subbasin is currently scheduled for February 20th of 2025. So Mill, Deer, and Antelope Creeks, a public workshop was led by staff on December 9th to solicit public input on the development of a scientific basis report pertaining to in-stream flows on those creeks in Tehama County. Additional information regarding the project can be found on the project's website. Make sure that I will get you the link to that and the other websites I have mentioned. The Administrative Hearing Office, the AHO, has two projects that are occurring. Both of those are on ex parte for me, so won't really be able to cover any questions, but do want to provide you with a quick update. The Delta Conveyance Project on December 16th, the hearing officer will hold the third pre-hearing conference starting at 9 a.m. as indicated in the July 31st notice of hearing. The November 18th amended hearing notice outlined the issues that will be addressed on page 15, and more information can be found on that project's website. The site's project authority on November 25th, State Board staff released the 7th amended public hearing notice, which notes that the site's hearing will resume in February of 2025. With that, that concludes my report. This board meeting, I am available if there are any questions.
Did I hear you make mention that the Sigma probationary hearing has been postponed because the GSAs have making some progress?
Yes, for the Kauai Subbasin.
Okay.
Just that one subbasin.
Just the one subbasin?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's hope the others will follow suit as well.
Yes, that is the hope.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays. And now it's time for a public forum, agenda item 5. If you are a person in the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out a blue card at the reception table and give it to the staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. Mindy, has anyone submitted a request to speak on any topic which is not on the agenda today?
I do not have anyone.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, executive officers report. Prior to each meeting, the executive officer works with the board clerk and the board's program managers to compile a report on the status of the board's programs, its staffing, and many different initiatives the board is working on. Following the executive officer's report, we'll see a presentation on FY 25-26 program special projects. If you're a person at the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, again, please fill out that blue card at the reception table and give it to a staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now.
Right. Well, thank you for that. In lieu of presentation on the special projects, we provided a addendum to the executive officer report that includes those special projects. We are working through amendments to our portfolio management process. I went back in time and looked at the portfolio management document when it was set up in about 2010, 2011. And At the time, we had a lot more flexibility over our own budget and could allocate resources quite freely between programs. And we lost that ability about 10, 12 years ago. And now it all is vetted through the State Water Board. And so with that loss of ability to kind of move resources in and between programs freely, the priorities and priority budget discussion has changed somewhat. Now we carve out those projects that we can with the available resources that can save time and can save effort. And so most of the discussion about what gets done here at the regional board is at that end of year summary presentation that I give in August, as opposed to setting new priorities and reallocating resources towards the end of the calendar year in anticipation of next year's fiscal year. So with that, I'll have any questions on those special projects. We've renamed them from priorities to special projects. That's really more accurate of what they are these days. And after there's any comments on the executive officer report, we can go into a couple. I'm a little saddened by this, but very overjoyed for staff. Two very well-deserved staff recognitions, as we have two more key staff heading into retirement. So, but first, any questions on the executive officer's report or on those special projects detailed in the addendum?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Again, it's always nice to kind of go through it and see how busy you guys have been. The staff has been meeting
Very
a lot
busy.
of goals, and yeah, with all the staffing challenges this past year, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
So,
it's incredibly impressive, and one of the areas that, as we do our review, I always look for is the training, and to see all the ways staff are augmenting their knowledge base with the training that's being provided, as well as the departures and comings and goings. We've had a lot of retirements, a lot of folks, pack it up, and very deservedly so over this past year. And if there are no more questions, I'll proceed to a couple board resolutions for two of those staffers. When I went through the portfolio management documents, there's a lot of names that I don't know if this board is exactly familiar with, but the program managers in 2013 included Jerry Bruns, Brian Newman, Antonia Vorster, Wendy Wiles, Lonnie Wass, Joe Karkowski, Diana Messina, Doug Pattison, Angela Wilson, and Brian Smith. There are very few of those names left at the board. Each and every one of them I worked with to a great extent. Brian definitely stands out as one of those very, very special ones who has been an anchor through leadership changes here at the Central Valley Water Board as a whole, and through leadership changes at the Reading office. He's been a bulwark against all the different types of permutations that we've gone through, from the Great Recession to before that, to providing mentorship for many of the staff that are in leadership positions throughout this organization, throughout the state board as well, and a bunch of other agencies. Owe a lot of credit to Brian's steady hand at the tiller. Unflappable person. And with that, I will present the resolution of appreciation, who I've got to give a lot of thanks to Clint and his team for coming up with. Whereas Brian began his career with the board's Reading office in July of 2000 as a water resource control engineer, following 7 years of private and municipal engineering experience, where he carried out myriad surface and groundwater hydrologic studies and regional planning projects. In December of 2005, after just 5 years, Brian promoted to senior water resource control engineer of Reading's then Northern Regulatory Unit, overseeing NPDES and Non-15 program implementation. Whereas in December of 2009, when Jim Pedri, the office's first assistant executive officer, retired, Brian demonstrated steadfast commitment and leadership by serving as a point of consistency until a new AEO was hired in 2010. In January of 2011, Brian was promoted to serve as the office's first and only supervising water resource control engineer. Brian effectively managed the entire office while serving as the region-wide program manager for both the stormwater and water quality certifications programs, a juggling act that he filled until the office grew large enough to hire his second supervisor in 2015 and until the board identified a water quality certifications program manager in 2021. Whereas Brian was there in 2013 when Clint Snyder was appointed AEO for the Reading office. Mr. Snyder, like many others, relied on Brian's expertise, thoughtful and deliberative approach to analyzing situations, and his ability to develop reasonable yet defensible solutions to complex problems. Whereas in 2014, Brian led the development of the region's first Phase 1 MS4 permit, which was adopted with near total support in 2016. Through it all, he was diligent in mapping out next steps for an innovative permitting approach, building partnerships with regulated and environmental groups, finding balance, considering opposing views, and providing consistent leadership. Brian was there too, coaching, mentoring, and guiding the board's implementation of the state water board's on-site wastewater treatment systems policy, which in many aspects serves as a model for statewide implementation. Whereas in February of 2017, Brian was pivotal during the Oroville Dam spillway crisis, which prompted the evacuation of more than 180,000 people and emergency measures to protect the Feather River fish hatchery. For the next several years, Brian worked with board staff and partner agencies to address a multitude of permitting and water quality protection challenges presented by the dredging and reconstruction activities. Whereas in late 2018, Brian played a critical role when Reading staff were affected by and responded to two catastrophic wildfires, the Carr Fire and the Camp Fire. These fires devastated nearly 400,000 acres, destroyed over 20,000 structures, caused 93 fatalities, and resulted in more than $18 billion in damages. Brian provided steady and decisive leadership, assisted in the development of an emergency response strategy, protocols to flush potentially impacted drinking water pipe, oversaw the Waterboards' first $8.6 million grant to treat over 1,100 burned acres along tributaries vital to the survival of the fall and winter-run Chinook salmon in the upper Sacramento River, and provided instrumental support to the Town of Paradise sewer regionalization effort. Whereas from 2022 to 2024, Brian coached managers and staff overseeing the construction of a new state-of-the-art wastewater treatment facility in Mount Shasta and a challenging cleanup project along the banks of the upper Sacramento River, the Union Pacific Railroad Dunsmuir site. While these are just a couple examples to illustrate the outcomes of Brian's leadership, both projects serve to ensure the pristine waters of the upper Sacramento River provide the highest water quality for aquatic habitat and downstream drinking water intakes. Whereas Brian skillfully navigated countless organizational challenges as the office moved, added new programs, and nearly doubled in size. He managed these transitions while also adapting to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, making countless trips to Sacramento, working late nights and weekends when anything was asked of him, and when no one knew he was working, Brian handled difficult conversations with permittees and staff with diplomacy and respect, all while helping to create a creative, technically sound, and legally defensible solutions to regulate complex discharge scenarios, ensuring the greatest benefit to the state. Whereas Brian is a trusted member of the board's management team and has consistently served as an excellent role model for the junior and experienced managers and staff, is conscientious and produced countless work products of the highest quality. Brian is equally highly respected by staff, the management team, dischargers, and partner agencies. Whereas Brian, your high quality work, outstanding leadership, and mentoring of staff have helped to make the board's Reading office and the programs you've managed among the strongest in the state. We wish to express our sincere appreciation upon your retirement for all that you have contributed to the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, its mission, and its employees in your 25 years of employment here at the board. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board and its staff respectfully extend to Brian, on the occasion of his retirement, our most sincere thanks and appreciation for a job well done. And the Central Valley Water Board wishes Brian the very best in his future endeavors. Unanimously adopted here December 13th, 2024. Congratulations, Brian. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Chair Bradford, after I take a photo of Brian with the board, we have Karen Ashby here who would like to speak on for Brian, and then we have one person on Zoom as well.
Great, thank you.
Grab this picture. Brian's never won for the spotlight, so we have to take a moment.
Hi, good morning. Well, this is kind of fun because normally when we show up, it's to comment or provide testimony on something that's before the board. And today it's just all about fun. So I'm really happy to be here today. I do want to jump ahead really quickly to Rich Moll, because why I put in my card for Brian, I just want to recognize really a very broad support from the discharger community and deep appreciation and an acknowledgement for both Brian and for Rich. And you may not know this about Rich, but I was able to catch up with him a little bit at the California Stormwater Quality Association conference that was just here in Sacramento, where Rich received a standing ovation from the some 1,000 attendees that were in attendance. So that I just want to thank you and acknowledge you so much. Okay, on behalf of Brian, I'm here today to acknowledge the accomplishments of Mr. Brian Smith and wish him well as he starts this new and very exciting chapter of his life, where he gets to decide every day when he wakes up what I am doing today. Very exciting sense of empowerment. I think that I first met Brian in 2016 when the Central Valley Board initiated the renewal of the region's stormwater permits, and Patrick spoke about this. Became the first phase 1, phase 2 region-wide permit for Central Valley, and it was a very intense undertaking and level of work for board staff. Under the leadership of Pamela, Clint, and Brian, and a small working group of phase 1 and phase 2 municipal representatives, started meeting about once a month for several hours with board staff to talk about the structure, content, and function of this new region-wide permit. And when I mean we met, it was not just, we were there hashing out exact language, what would work, what wouldn't work, what would meet the multiple objectives of all the parties around the table. This process lasted for about 2 years and resulted, as Patrick mentioned, so we're good fact checking each other because we're right on par. It resulted not only in a permit that was pretty much adopted on consent, but also resulted in a very respectful and meaningful set of relationships that were formed with those who were involved. I credit and thank Brian for his very calm demeanor. He's very calm always. Openness to consider different perspectives, and his willingness to consider creative ways to achieve multiple goals. I have also really appreciated how available he makes himself for these types of discussions and his very proactive and responsive communication. I am personally very thankful for his assistance all these years and the time that we were able to spend together discussing all of these really nerdy but fun permitting topics. We just want you to know, really on behalf of the discharger community that we've worked with, that we will miss you in these continuing discussions about the region-wide permit renewal. We were hoping that that might be before you today, but that's been delayed. But when we adopt it, it will be definitely in your honor. We will try to, as we finish this permit renewal process, we will try to embody your calm nature as we work through the process And again, I just really want to thank Brian and all the staff for their openness and willingness to work with the discharger community. And congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always nice to hear from that side of the table and the respect that Brian has earned. So thank you.
Debbie Mackey from Central Valley Clean Water Association is on Zoom.
Thank you. I don't see a way to show my face, but I want to just also say thank you to Brian and congratulations for years of well-served service to the people of California and to water quality and to water in general. I've had the privilege of actually working with Brian before he even started at the Water Board, so it's been a long time. But I really have appreciated, and like Karen said, calm demeanor, thoughtful insight, and just his ability to work with other people. So Brian, we wish you a great, when I say we, it's we in the POTW community, wish you a great retirement. I hope that it is fruitful, that it is, that you just really enjoy it. And thank you again so much.
Thank you very much. I'll just add, I was sitting across the table from Brian and Clint at dinner last night, and I think Clint would rather cut off his left foot than see you leave. You're going to leave a big hole in the office and obviously in the regulated community. So thanks for everything, Brian. And I know you're going to enjoy yourself in retirement, finish that house. So thank you.
Right. Rich. And another one where I know there are also many who are having a tough time knowing that Rich will not be here day in, day out at the Central Valley Water Board. I mentioned it to some of the leadership team regions wide. And we have regular meetings with all the executive officers and some of the deputy directors and chief deputy directors. And Greg Gearhart, who is one of the numbers and statistics guys at the State Water Board, among other things, mentioned, I don't think anyone ever will come close to logging the number of inspections that Rich Mull has, with about 5,000. You are a seasoned inspector if you hit a couple hundred, and logging that many, and I'm sure there were more before we even counted them that way, is extraordinary. But these were not done on his own. Virtually every inspector at the State Water Board, certainly here at the Central Valley Water Board, and many, many others have learned from Rich, have learned to not just spot stormwater violations, problems with the facility, but also how to talk diplomatically and forcefully when needed, but respectfully to the dischargers and get them to adapt their practices to protect water quality and understand what the value of this work actually is. It is truly an indelible mark that he's made on this organization in his years of service, and has been an absolute pleasure to work with the entire time I've been here at the Central Valley Water Board. And with that, I will proceed to the resolution itself. Whereas Rich began his illustrious career at the Central Valley Water Board on August 29th, 2001, as a senior environmental scientist specialist, Rich will retire from the Central Valley Water Board on April 1st, 2025, concluding over 20 years of public service to the people of California. Whereas Rich began, continued, and will complete his water board service working in the Central Valley Water Board's Rancho Cordova office. Rich joined the office in the Compliance and Enforcement Unit, but quickly became famous throughout the Central Valley Water Board, not only for his stormwater inspection statistics, but also for rumors of his general personality trait of being a, quote, cool dude who is always available for questions and feedback with colleagues. Rich always has prioritized the environment over public acclaim, spending hours of both paid and personal time protecting water quality in California's Central Valley. Whereas Rich provided critical leadership for the stormwater program and played a key role in shaping it into the program it is today. The Central Valley is home to a booming economy that includes thousands of industrial and construction stormwater sites, of which Rich has seen the majority. Whereas Rich possesses unparalleled institutional knowledge and his mentorship is widely recognized, providing invaluable to many. He has played a crucial role in providing training, guidance, and field inspection oversight to both new and existing stormwater teams at the regional board and at the state water board. Whereas Rich was always focused on the regional board's mission and vision, while also finding his artistic side by setting up and dismantling art installations at the Burning Man Festival years over. They had to fit that in there. Whereas some of Rich's favorite words and phrases will forever be missed at the regional board and will certainly be carried on by others. Examples include, no problem, I'll take care of it, and I won't retire until I can train the new stormwater staff. Whereas Rich is a man who is universally respected, and it's hard to find anyone with a negative word to say about him. His kindness, dedication to serving the state of California as a public servant, and his ability to listen attentively while remaining fair and consistent in addressing water quality issues sets an exemplary standard for all. Whereas Rich is a humble steward of our community, which he will resoundingly continue. His active participation in homelessness encampment outreach to provide environmental conditions and protect water quality are unprecedented within the regional board. There is no doubt that his efforts will continue into retirement, as Rich is a true environmentalist and empathetic steward of humanity. Whereas Rich's commitment to high quality work, leadership, and mentoring has deeply enriched the Central Valley Water Board staff and its programs. His insight and counsel will truly be missed by everyone. Water quality in the Central Valley has benefited tremendously from Rich's boundless contributions to Central Valley Water Board and its mission. We will always be fans of Rich and look forward to hearing about his future endeavors. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Central Valley Water Board and its staff respectfully extend to Rich, on the occasion of his retirement, our sincere thanks and appreciation for a job well done. And the Central Valley Water Board wishes Rich clear skies and happy trails in his future endeavors. Unanimously adopted this December 13th, 2024. Congratulations, Rich. We'll do the same and take a picture. And then if anybody wants to share a couple words, they're invited to do so.
Hi, Rich. As a board member and as president of Reclamation District 1000, I want to say thank you for kicking off your retirement at the conclusion of the 7-day Steelhead Creek cleanup. That is truly, truly impressive. And this year, the 7-day effort removed 85,000 pounds of trash. Your energy and contribution led to an interagency cleanup that began a little bumpy, but it's become a collaborative effort. Over the last 6 years, the Steelhead Creek cleanup effort has removed over 500,000 pounds of trash and debris in a 2 to 3 mile stretch. So thank you for taking on this Herculean task. We need more people like you.
Yeah, I just want to say a few words. Brian and Rich, all strong leadership teams are comprised by a team of superheroes. And I really am I'm taken by the words that were used in the resolution. Those aren't words that are used commonly and really do mean something. And it really is a testament to the strength of your character. And I just want to extend my gratitude to your commitment to the organization and to our community, frankly. These are good human things, and thank you. And good luck.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment to Rich and Brian, and I actually want to include Dale and Sue in this because I've been here since 2014 and I've seen the work and your commitment. And I heard Rich say he wasn't going to retire until he had someone ready to take over and continue to do the work. But it seems like since I've been here with the Regional Water Board, all of the staff does quality work. And it's just the longevity that you've had being in this work and continuing to be an example that others follow those examples. So I'm not only impressed, I'm very grateful for the work that you've done and the community to hear the discharges speak about your work. It's a tremendous accomplishment for you, for the staff, and just for the Regional Water Board. The caliber of people that come into this organization are really committed to serving the public good. And water is definitely for the, quality is for the public good. So I thank you all for your tremendous service and wish you well in your retirement. Congratulations.
And I'll just throw in, I've been retired for 8 years now. I'm pretty good at it, I think. And I think you guys will be pretty good at it too. So congratulations. And it's a nice holiday gift you gave yourself. I think Clint's can also get salt in the wound a little bit because Brian's last day is on his birthday, I believe. So sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Mindy, are you all done, Patrick?
We are all set to move ahead.
Okay. Mindy, has anybody submitted a request to comment on this item?
I do not have anybody else.
Okay. And I think the board members have already commented, so we'll move on to the approval of minutes from our last meeting. Are there any edits or corrections to the October 18th, 2024 minutes? Seeing none. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll second.
Okay, Nick has motioned and Elena has seconded. Mindy, could you call the roll?
Board Member Kadara,
Aye.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Board Member Baggett,
Aye.
Vice Chair Abdus,
Aye.
and Chair Bradford.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Okay, the uncontested calendar. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider uncontested agenda items 11 through 13. If you're a person in the meeting and wish to speak again, but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out that blue card on the reception table and give it to the staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak, but have not registered, please raise your hand now. Mindy, has anyone submitted a request to comment on any of the uncontested items?
I have a few people that have indicated they will raise their hand if they wish to speak.
And nobody has raised their hand yet?
Jean, do you have anybody on Zoom with their hand raised?
I'm checking. I do not say I am. I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Brian O'Ryan does. Brian, you'll be able to talk here in a second.
Okay.
And you should be able to unmute.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Brian O'Ryan. I did submit a request to be on the agenda. I wasn't sure if it was part of this portion of the agenda, so I just wanted to raise my hand in case.
If you're wishing to speak on the triennial review, which was my understanding, that item will come up after the next couple items.
Okay, I apologize.
Or-
That's what I intend to speak on, so I'll refrain for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any late revisions to the uncontested items, Adam?
No late revisions.
And does council have any legal issues to discuss?
No legal issues.
No legal issues. Okay, can we get a motion and a second for approving the uncontested agenda items 11 through 13?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mindy, please call the roll.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Board Member Baggett,
Aye.
Vice Chair Avdis,
Aye.
and Chair Bradford.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we're going to be getting into a more lengthy discussion for agenda item 9. So I think we'll take a quick break here to balance the books and reconvene in, let's say, 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. We're continuing with the agenda item number 9, the United States Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management region-wide consideration of a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report for waste discharge requirements for non-point source discharges related to certain activities conducted by the United States Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. And B, waste discharge requirements order for non-point source discharges related to certain activities conducted by the Forest Service and BLM on federal lands. So this is the time and place for a hearing to consider one, this resolution certifying the final environmental impact report for waste discharge requirements related to certain activities conducted by the Forest Service and BLM, and 2, adoption of those waste discharge requirements for non-point source discharges related to certain activities conducted by the Forest Service and BLM. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and meeting procedures as published with the meeting agenda. If you are in person at the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out that blue card at the reception table and give it to the staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. The designated parties are the Forest Service and BLM, and all other persons are interested persons. These items will begin with a staff presentation to be followed by presentations and comments by the Forest Service and BLM. The Forest Service, Pacific Southwest Region, and BLM, Northern California and Central California districts have jointly requested 20 minutes. The Tahoe National Forest has requested 5 minutes. Following these comments and any other comments by individual forest or BLM administrative units, interested persons will be given 3 minutes for comments. And I understand John Buckley with Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center has requested 5 minutes. Following the close of the hearing and board deliberations, the board will first consider the resolution for certifying the environmental impact report, and 2, then consider adoption of the waste discharge requirements. All persons expecting to testify, raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do. I do. Thank you. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you have taken the oath before testifying. And does council have any legal issues to discuss?
Not at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Bailey. So we'll now begin with the staff presentation. And hi, Angela.
Thank you.
Right there in front. All right. All right. Good morning, Chair Bradford, board members. I'm Angela Wilson, Supervising Engineering Geologist in the board's Reading office and the board's Forest Activities Program Manager. As Chair Bradford noted, we're here for a public hearing for you to consider adoption of that really long title. Proposed order of waste discharge requirements for certain activities conducted by the United States Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, also referred to as the proposed order or proposed permit through our presentation. I skipped it. And a proposed resolution certifying the environmental impact report for the proposed order. Also note here that we'll be using the terms Forest Service and BLM individually, federal agencies or permittees for both throughout our presentation. I don't have control. Next. Oh, still don't have control.
Any chance the keyboard's working?
Trying.
Is your mouse not working?
No, the mouse nor the keyboard. Oh, wait, it just moved. I don't know if I did it. Somebody moved it. Okay. So I'll be providing summary information on the background of the proposed order, the regulatory setting, and the coordination we've engaged in to reach this point. Griffin Perillo will be providing information on the proposed order itself, and then I'll be back to cover the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, requirements, public comment, and staff recommendations. All right, it's working. So I'm going to start us off by providing some background on the why we're here today. Starting with a sense of spatial scale. This map shows the Central Valley region outlined in blue, and our region covers roughly 33 million acres. Of that, the Forest Service manages approximately 9.5 million acres, shown in the map in green. And the BLM manages approximately 1.6 million acres, shown in brown. That's roughly 11 million acres-ish, and that's about a third of our region. Real quick for comparison, state and private forest lands cover roughly 6 million acres of the region. In order to manage such significant amounts of land, each of the federal agencies are divided up into multiple administrative units. Within the Central Valley region, the Forest Service has 8 national forests and the BLM 7 field offices, partly or wholly within the region. Here's blank paper. All right, the federal lands within the Central Valley region encompass a wide variety of landscapes and diverse ecosystem types, ranging from high alpine mountains to deserts, that support an abundance of natural resources, including critical surface and groundwater supplies. Both the BLM and the Forest Service have multiple use mandates, requiring them to balance resource protection with legal uses of those lands. The Forest Service multiple use mandate includes the sustained yield of products and services like recreation, livestock grazing, timber, watershed, and wildlife values. This requires they manage their national forests in a way that balances the needs of different groups, including outdoor recreation, timber, wildlife, and more. The BLM's multiple use mandate similarly requires them to balance a variety of uses, including energy development, livestock grazing, recreation, and timber harvesting, while ensuring natural, cultural, and historical resources are maintained for present and future uses. So this is sort of an awkward insert here real quick, but a quick clarification I want to provide. You might be familiar with the existing timber general order of waste discharge requirements that the region has. That's specific to timber harvesting activities, and timber harvesting activities on state and private lands are regulated under the state's Forest Practices Act and the set of prescriptive standards in the forest practice rules. Neither the act nor the rules apply to timber harvesting activities conducted by federal agencies. The Forest Service and BLM process hundreds of projects each year. For our purposes, we will lump them into 3 types: planning, special use authorizations or third-party permits, and land management activities. Of these three broad categories, land management activities undertaken by the Forest Service and BLM on federal lands are the focus of the proposed permit. Federal land management activities have the potential to affect water quality in several ways, and one of those is non-point source pollution. The term non-point source simply refers to sources of pollution that are diffuse, so those not coming out of like a pipe. Non-point source pollution generally results when water runoff in the form of rainfall, snowmelt, etc., picks up natural or human-made pollutants as it moves and deposits them into surface and groundwater. There are multiple non-point source pollutants, including nutrients, pathogens, and things like road salt, petroleum products, as well as sediment and pesticides. The proposed order focuses primarily on these last two, sediment and pesticides. According to the EPA, sediment is the leading cause of water quality impairment to rivers and streams, and the third leading cause of impairment to lakes, ponds, and reservoirs nationwide. Roads are the primary source of sediment, estimated to contribute up to 90% of the total sediment production from forest management activities. While sediment is a natural part of aquatic habitats, its quantity and characteristics can affect the physical, chemical, and biological integrity of aquatic ecosystems and have significant impacts on human health and infrastructure. For example, an excessive quantity of sediment in a water body, surface water body that is, can increase stream temperatures by filling in deeper and colder pools, can smother habitat, and result in damage or loss of infrastructure like culverts, like you see in the picture on the left here. Pesticides is a catch-all term for pesticides, fungicides, algicides, and herbicides. Delivery of pesticides to water bodies can contribute to impacts like aquatic toxicity and synergistic effects, which is when chemicals are combined and lead to unpredictable outcomes. Specifically, herbicide use can lead to extended bare soil conditions, especially in post-fire environments, which can then result in increased rates of erosion and sediment discharge. Non-point source pollution presents many challenges to manage just due to its diffuse nature and the diversity of causes. Fortunately, we have effective tools available to ensure that land management activities can occur while minimizing potential negative impacts to the beneficial uses of water quality. First and foremost is the use of best management practices, or BMPs. BMPs form the foundation for managing non-point source pollution, regardless of the type of activity generating the discharge. The primary focus in the non-point source pollution realm is prevention. Ensuring adequate protection measures are incorporated into activities to effectively prevent pollution from occurring, as non-point source pollution can be very difficult to remediate if allowed to occur. Best management practices must be developed to address the specific needs of a project and site and must be evaluated to allow for adaptive management. These slide photos are illustrating a situation where operations occurred on saturated soils and stormwater runoff carried sediment into an adjacent stream, and the photo on the left. And that's our before photo. Our after photo shows where best management practices specific to that site have been installed. So the road was reshaped, a rock armored dip was installed, and additional erosion prevention measures in the form of ground cover was implemented. Transitioning now into the regulatory setting as it relates to the proposed order. Pursuant to the waiver of sovereign immunity under the Federal Clean Water Act, federal agencies managing federal lands generally must comply with water pollution laws and regulations of the state, including the state's laws concerning discharges from non-point sources. The California Waterboards are charged with coordination and control of water quality in the state and exercise this authority through tools provided under the state's Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act. This includes issuance of waste discharge requirements under Section 13260, ordering monitoring and technical reports under Section 13267, and requiring cleanup and abatement of discharges that create or threaten to create a condition of pollution or nuisance under section 13304. In implementing these tools, the board also follows state policies, notably for our purposes today, the 2004 non-point source implementation and enforcement policy, typically referred to as the non-point source policy, and the anti-degradation policy. The non-point source policy identifies 5 key elements the board is required to consider or apply for non-point source control programs. In brief, I'll try to keep it brief. The elements include that the non-point source control program's ultimate purpose be explicitly stated, and that at a minimum address non-point source pollution control in a manner that achieves and maintains water quality objectives. 2, that a description of the management practices or other program elements expected to be implemented be included, along with an evaluation program that ensures proper implementation and verification. 3, that a time schedule and quantifiable milestones be included. 4, that sufficient feedback mechanisms be included so that the regional board, dischargers, and the public can determine if the program is achieving its stated purpose or whether additional or different management practices or other actions are required. And finally, 5, that the potential consequences for failure to achieve a non-point source implementation program's objectives are clear in advance, emphasizing that it is the responsibility of individual dischargers to take all necessary implementation actions to meet water quality objectives. Oh, there we go. In recognition of the federal agency's land management authorities and responsibilities, the state entered into agency agreements with the federal agencies. First, the Forest Service in 1981, then the BLM in 1993. These agreements focused on interagency communication and the use of BMPs to protect water quality in lieu of permitting. Then in 2004, the state adopted the California non-point source policy. The water boards were provided options to handle non-point source discharges that included waivers of waste discharge requirements themselves, and basin plan prohibitions. The Central Valley Regional Board has had permits in place to regulate timber harvesting activities on private and state lands since 2003, and Forest Service timber harvest projects were included in 2005. In the late 2000s, the Forest Service Regional Office requested that State Board develop a statewide permit to provide regulatory coverage for their non-point source activities. State Board directed their Division of Water Quality staff to develop such a permit, and that effort culminated in the proposed statewide permit that was presented to State Board for consideration in 2011. State Board, however, did not adopt the proposed permit and instead directed the regions to develop independent solutions. So moving on to the development of the proposed order, you might hear some comments today on how long the proposed order has been in development, and it has been quite a while. So the effort really started for us in 2014 when the Forest Service Region Office reached out to our management requesting a regional permitting solution in alignment with State Board's direction. Later that year, board staff engaged with the BLM in the effort to develop a combined regional permit to cover both federal agencies. Then in 2016, we joined with the Lahontan Regional Water Board in an attempt to create a permit for each region that would be as similar as possible, while also providing region-specific considerations. We developed a large core working group. Oh, went too fast. We developed a large core working group that included technical staff from the various forests and the BLM offices. And in 2017, we held 3 public workshops in each region to gather information from a wide variety of interested parties about the types of federal activities they were concerned about. That same year, we initiated regular executive meetings with the Forest Service, the BLM, and the Lahontan Regional Board. In 2019, the executive group agreed to establish a smaller, more focused Permitting Development Group, PDG, with the Forest Service and BLM regional office staff. Then in May of 2020, both regions initiated tribal consultation. And later in 2020 as well, we were able to hire a contractor to conduct our CEQA analysis and produce our environmental impact report. In the spring of 2021, we held a CEQA scoping meeting for each region. In the summer of 2021, the Lahontan Regional Board's executive management made the decision to deprioritize the project and withdrew. At that point, Central Valley Waterboard staff took a bit of time to reorganize and refine the goals and concepts for a single region-wide permit. And while during the preparation for this presentation, I didn't count the exact number of meetings staff held with the Forest Service and BLM representatives, those meetings I would guess would probably average at least once a month since 2015. Throughout that coordination process, we contemplated a wide variety of permitting concepts and coverage options that culminate in the proposed order and EIR in front of you. So in 2022, staff completed a draft of the proposed order and EIR and was provided to the federal agencies for their review. Staff and federal agency representatives contemplated additional alternatives and changes to both documents. In March of 2023, an administrative draft was sent to the federal agencies. And finally, in May of this year, the final draft order and draft EIR were circulated to the public for 45 days. So yes, this project has had many fits and starts. We have explored multiple conceptual models and had many discussions to bring the proposed order in its form to you today. Griffin's up next to cover the proposed order, and then I'll be back to finish up. Good, I didn't keep up with my clicking. There we go.
Is it the mouse?
It is.
Okay. No, it's fine. Good morning, Chair Bradford, members of the board. My name is Griffin Perea. I am a senior engineering geologist in the board's Reading office, and I have taken the oath. Today, I will be providing an overview of the proposed order. The proposed order will serve to regulate non-point source discharges from certain land management activities conducted by the Forest Service and BLM, also referenced as the permittees. Requirements of the proposed order largely focus on sediment and pesticide discharges, as Angela mentioned. 5 types of activities are proposed for regulation under this order, each of which have the potential to produce similar or the same types of discharges. Vegetation management, which can include timber harvesting and fuels reduction. Transportation management, which includes roads and trails work. Recreation facilities, such as off-highway vehicle areas and staging areas. Post-emergency recovery from emergencies such as flooding and wildfire and storm damage. And restoration activities, such as watercourse, channel, and bank stabilization. The proposed order provides coverage and oversight through 3 main components: individual project coverage, a monitoring and reporting program, and a long-term watershed scale controllable sediment discharge source program. Individual project coverage is divided into a category A, low threat, and a category B, moderate threat. Project coverage is dependent upon the project's risk to water quality, which is largely determined by proximity to surface water and the specific operations being conducted. I will be covering each of these order components in more detail in the coming slides. All applicable activities under this proposed order must comply with prohibitions, general provisions, and general conditions. Examples of prohibitions include not creating a condition of pollution, contamination, or nuisance, and not causing or contributing to exceedances of applicable state and federal water quality criteria. General provisions include items such as reasonable inspection access and discharge incident notification, among other items. General conditions further describe overarching requirements of Category A and Category B projects. Examples of general conditions include a requirement to comply with agency-specific best management practice guidance, a requirement to incorporate more detailed site-specific design prescriptions, and pesticide application buffers around watercourses for broadcast and aerial pesticide application. Before diving further into the proposed order requirements, it will help to discuss a key component of what the order is aiming to address, which is sediment discharges. The proposed order contains numerous requirements related to controllable sediment discharge sources, or CSDS. CSDS is defined as a site that causes or threatens to cause a discharge of sediment to surface waters in violation of applicable water quality standards, was caused or affected by anthropogenic activity, is under the ownership or under the control and ownership of the permittees, and can be treated through implementation of management measures such as planned project activities, maintenance, and stormproofing. These photos show examples of controllable sediment discharge sources. The first photo on the left shows a watercourse crossing that is failing, resulting in erosion and discharge of road fill. The photo on the right is of an eroding fill slope above a watercourse crossing that would require stabilization and treatment to ensure sediment is not discharged. Several facets of the proposed order focus on CSDS. Category A projects are those that pose a low threat to water quality. Staff anticipate that numerous activities, including pre-fire vegetation management, some pesticide applications, and prescribed fire, may fall into Category A. These projects have little in the way of order-specific requirements and rely on federal agency guidance, with the intent of allowing low-threat work to continue with no delay. Category A projects will be required to submit discharge incident reports. Discharge incidents are defined in the order and are essentially discharges of waste to surface or groundwater that threaten beneficial uses. Notification for pesticide application is also required and will be covered in the monitoring and reporting portion of this presentation. Category B projects are considered to present a moderate threat to water quality, largely due to their proximity to surface waters or other site-specific conditions that present this increased risk. Projects such as watercourse crossing construction, road repairs near receiving waters, or other ground disturbing operations in or near watercourse buffers would be covered by Category B. The photos on this slide provide examples of operations that would fall into this category, mostly due to their proximity to surface waters and the potential to create discharges. Each of these photos are showing roads and ground disturbance near or in watercourses where repairs are needed and would present this moderate threat to water quality. These projects still primarily rely on federal agency guidance for BMP selection and implementation. However, these projects present an increased risk and are therefore subject to order-specific requirements. A notice of planned operations must be submitted for each Category B project. This notice provides staff with basic information about the project, including maps and CSDS information. The NPO form provides staff with basic information about project activities. Category B projects are also subject to implementation and effectiveness monitoring to ensure that BMPs are installed and are effective at preventing discharges and to identify adaptive management needs. Implementation monitoring occurs prior to the winter period, and effectiveness monitoring occurs after the winter period. Each Category B project must conduct an initial CSDS inventory on all infrastructure that will be used for project activities within a project boundary. An appurtenant roads inventory must be completed after project activities begin on all appurtenant roads within the project boundary. Appurtenant roads are defined as all roads under the permittee's control within a specific area, but are not used to actively implement the project. I want to highlight that CSDS treatment is not required to be completed as part of Category B project coverage. The CSDS inventories are meant to identify these sources of sediment discharges and ensure they are tracked and monitored through time. Staff anticipate that many of these identified sediment sources would be treated through normally planned project activities However, those sites that are not within the scope of the planned project or otherwise not able to be treated through the project would be inventoried and tracked so they can be treated at a later time through future projects or part of watershed restoration. So now I'll start going into the monitoring and reporting program, which is contained in attachment B to the proposed order. This table highlights the differing monitoring and reporting requirements of both category A and B projects. The monitoring and reporting program is intended to provide our staff with pertinent information regarding project activities and the effectiveness of best management practice implementation at protecting water quality. This allows staff to better prioritize for inspections and sampling, and also serves to highlight areas of project implementation that may need more focused attention. As you may note, there's an asterisk next to the effectiveness report for category B, as these reports may not always be required. Category A projects leverage federal agency monitoring processes like the U.S. Forest Service's National Core BMP monitoring program that has been in place since 2012. And these category A projects do not impose additional monitoring requirements. Discharge incident reporting is required, as well as pesticide application reporting. Annual reporting for category A projects is limited to providing a project list for these category A projects and their status during the annual monitoring period. The annual reporting period is the same for category B projects. So category B projects, because of their increased risk of discharges, are subject to additional order-specific monitoring and reporting. Monitoring is prioritized to focus on areas where land disturbing activities have the potential to negatively impact water quality, such as watercourse crossings, water drafting locations, and CSDS sites. Implementation monitoring is to occur prior to November 15th of each year, or if winter operations are conducted, monitoring would be completed immediately after those operations. Both implementation and effectiveness monitoring are visual monitoring events, and they may include requirements such as photo point monitoring, depending on the site circumstances. Category B projects require discharge incident reporting and pesticide application reporting, the same as category A, and additional reports, including the Notice of Planned Operations form. The Notice of Planned Operations contains basic information about project activities, including the location of the project, contact information, links to planning documents, type of activity being conducted, expected timeline of operations, and CSDS information. The NPO must be submitted at least 15 days prior to commencing project activities or no later than 30 days after the startup of post-emergency recovery activities. The NPO remains in effect for 1 year and must be resubmitted annually for projects that continue for more than 1 year. For annual reporting, a list of category B projects and their status must be included, as well as operational maps that display where category B activities took place. The effectiveness monitoring report is intended to focus on the most pertinent information related to category B project activities. This report is required only when effectiveness monitoring identifies failures or inadequate BMP implementation that creates water quality impacts or threatened water quality impacts. The information gained in the report will allow both federal agency staff and Waterboard staff to focus on areas where adaptive management is needed to improve BMP practices. The proposed order acknowledges that during emergencies, such as wildfires and debris flows, the permittees will conduct emergency response actions. There are no order-specific requirements for these actions, and existing federal agency protocols and guidance are relied upon. As part of the annual monitoring report, the permittees must identify these actions and include basic information related to the emergency and any discharges associated with the emergency. We anticipate that many of these emergency response actions will transition to post-emergency recovery activities, which would then follow through project-level order requirements as either a category A or B project. The third main component of the proposed order is the Controllable Sediment Source Reduction Program, referenced as the CSSRP. The CSSRP is intended to provide for systematic prioritization and treatment of CSDS on a watershed scale over time. Under the program, the permittees will identify and prioritize watersheds, perform assessments and inventories within those prioritized watersheds, conduct planning to address the identified discharges and impacts, and implement those plans over time. The initial step in the process is selecting a hydrologic unit code 12 or HUC 12 watershed that meets 2 or more of the 8 targeted watershed selection criteria that are detailed in the monitoring and reporting program. For reference, HUC 12 watersheds range in size from approximately 10,000 to 40,000 acres. Once a watershed is selected using the criteria, the permittees must prepare a field assessment work plan for board staff review and approval. The field assessment work plan must include a justification of watershed selection, a map of the watershed with ownership, infrastructure, and watercourses identified, and a proposed time schedule to complete CSDS field assessments and inventory activities. Upon approval, the permittees will conduct the identified field assessments within 12 months. To put the CSSRP in perspective, in the Central Valley region, there are approximately 1,900 watersheds, HUC 12 watersheds. Approximately 1,100 of those have U.S. Forest Service and or BLM ownership. Both federal agencies have established directives and policies that promote watershed restoration. This screenshot is an example of the results of the U.S. Forest Service's Watershed Condition Framework. Displayed on the map are the results of the assessed HUC 12 watersheds and condition classification. Green is functioning properly, yellow is functioning at risk, and red is impaired. On completion of the field assessment work plan, the permittees will prepare a watershed treatment plan to be submitted for board approval. Components of the WTP include the results of the field assessment work plan, identification of project types that are proposed to treat CSDS, maps identifying proposed treatment locations, identification of any additional permitting that may be needed, and a proposed time schedule to complete WTP within 10 years of board approval. Reporting associated with the watershed treatment plan includes annual interim progress reports and a final completion report. The final report would include a description of activities completed, estimation of CSDS discharge volumes treated, and a summary of the current watershed condition and how its condition aligns with the goals of the CSSRP. Treatments occurring under the watershed treatment plan are limited to permittee-owned land and infrastructure. The figure on this slide provides an example of a HUC 12 watershed located in the Central Valley region that could be selected and illustrates the common checkerboard pattern of watershed ownership. It shows that in most cases, the permittees will only be responsible for a portion of the watershed, and within that portion, only the infrastructure under their control where sites meet the definition of a CSDS. The overall CSSRP, including watershed selection, assessment, and treatments, will continue on a recurring cycle. Once a watershed treatment plan is approved, the permittee has 10 years to complete implementation. After the first iteration of the CSSRP post-adoption, a watershed will be selected every 7 years with 10 years to complete treatments contained in the approved watershed treatment plan. The schedule ensures that as a watershed is undergoing treatments, planning and assessments will take place in the next selected watershed to avoid gap in treatments. The timelines associated with the CSSRP were selected to allow the permittees adequate time to complete federal review, establish cooperators, obtain funding, and complete the watershed treatment plan requirements. I would like to note the staff are aware of potential implementation impacts due to emergency situations, which could derail watershed treatment plan implementation within the allotted time. To account for this potential, the proposed order allows the permittees to request modifications and extensions to the watershed treatment plans. Extensions may be granted up to an additional 3 years, providing a total of 13 years for implementation. To ensure and assist with order compliance, an auditing process, as well as a training and certification program are included in the proposed order. The auditing process is intended to provide for a comprehensive review of numerous covered activities at one time to better determine compliance, and will include reviews of project-specific documents, including site-specific design measures and other water quality protection measures prescribed for a project. Auditing in this manner reduces pre-project delays and allows Waterboard staff to make the best use of their time. During development of the proposed order, we frequently heard concerns regarding staffing turnover and the need to not place order compliance burden on one person, and training incoming staff on order compliance requirements. As a result of discussions during exec meetings with the permittees, we developed a training program to assist the federal agencies with permit compliance. The required training program covers the components of the proposed order, as well as standard water quality protection measures and BMPs. Federal staff that are responsible for order compliance would complete the training or work directly under managers or other staff that have completed the training. And all documents required for submittal under the order must be signed by an authorized representative who has completed the training. The training program is being developed as an online and on-demand training that will be made available to the permittees. The proposed order was developed in close coordination and consultation with U.S. Forest Service and BLM representatives. It is structured to provide broad programmatic coverage of land management activities conducted by both agencies, with minimal administrative burden. The order relies on implementation of best management practices that have been developed by the permittees, and for low-threat Category A projects, does not impose additional implementation or inventory requirements above what the Forest Service and BLM require of themselves. While CSDS inventories are required for Category B projects, treatment is not required, and the additional monitoring and reporting requirements for Category B has been developed to focus on the most pertinent information related to water quality and the effectiveness of BMPs. The CSSRP requires selection of a single HUC 12 watershed per federal agency and allows 10 years for treatments. And I will now turn it back to Angela Wilson.
All right. Angela Wilson, returning to take you through the rest of the presentation. I mentioned earlier, we conducted the CEQA analysis for this project, and an environmental impact report was developed in conformance with CEQA through a contract with Montrose Environmental to support the development of the proposed order. We'll talk a little bit about that process. As part of the CEQA process, we conducted outreach to 8 federally listed tribes and 49 state listed tribes beginning in May of 2020. An online CEQA scoping meeting was held in April 2021 to gather public feedback. The draft EIR was developed for the proposed order and circulated for comment during the 2024 public comment period. The EIR analyzes potential impacts from implementing the proposed order, including implementation of required management measures and monitoring. After analyzing existing federal agency policies and procedures, the EIR identifies one potential area of impact for state special status species identified in the CEQA mitigation and monitoring and reporting program. The proposed resolution before the board contains CEQA findings and proposed certification of the final environmental impact report. I'm going to transition now into the public comments and staff responses. So notice for the 45-day public comment period was provided in May of 2024 to the Forest Service and the BLM, to the state agencies through the state clearinghouse process, to the general public through several newspaper announcements and all 38 county clerks, and to specifically interested persons that had signed up for our project email list. The first notice of availability and hearing, when we thought the hearing was going to happen in August, went out to 374 recipients. The second revised hearing for today's notice went out to 390 recipients. We received 7 individual comment letters from the Forest Service and the BLM, and a joint letter from the Forest Service and BLM executives. All right. We also received one from a state agency, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which commented in its regulatory role over state fish and wildlife resources. And we received 4 comment letters from other interested persons, including those representing environmental protection groups and 1 federal lands user group. In total, 12 comment letters were received on the draft order and draft EIR, which staff parsed out into 140 individual comments. Staff prepared responses for all the comments received and proposed revisions that are included in the complete response to comments document in your packet. While that complete document is included, for the purposes of the presentation, I'm going to focus on several reoccurring themes that the board received opposing comments on the issues. Further, just highlighting the difficult task of finding permitting efficiencies for the broad array of Forest Service and BLM activities while ensuring water quality protection. Oops, move forward. All right. Both federal agencies, along with several interested persons, expressed concern with the federal agency's ability to comply with the proposed order, primarily citing staffing and funding constraints. The federal agency's comments emphasized limitations caused by staff turnover, conflicts with other internal mandates, and funding limitations, and expressed concerns about their ability to comply with multiple regional board permits. The federal agencies and the user group, California Off-Highway Vehicle Association, expressed concern regarding the breadth of covered projects and how the proposed order compliance might impact needed forest health and wildfire-related work. The Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center expressed concern that the Forest Service and BLM lack the capacity to successfully implement the proposed order requirements, and expressed concerns that board staff would be unable to provide adequate oversight of individual projects. CSERC, Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center, also expressed the belief that individual permitting would result in increased water quality protection over the more programmatic nature of this proposed order. So staff response to that, as I mentioned in the beginning, a previous statewide permitting effort was unsuccessful and left the regions to pursue permitting solutions independently. Staff do understand and recognize the reality of resource limitations, but at the same time are striving to fulfill the board's regulatory role and mission to protect and restore water quality in the region. The programmatic approach we've chosen creates significant efficiencies when compared to the development of individual permits for each project. For both the federal agencies and board staff, that is an efficiency. We spent significant time looking for ways to leverage federal resources and processes to limit the permit compliance burden while still ensuring water quality protection. Given the limited requirements imposed on covered projects, the proposed order is intended to not interfere with important work like vegetation management projects. Staff revised the order to include a finding that commits our engagement in ongoing coordination with the state and regional water boards, the federal agencies, and interested stakeholders in assessing potential improvements in efficiency and consistency by developing statewide standards for management of discharges and activities on federal lands. All of that said, to address a variety of concerns regarding permitting efficiencies, staff did prepare a number of proposed revisions that are captured in your full document. The proposed order covers a number of activity types that you've heard about, includes requirements to inventory and eventually treat sediment sites, and we received comments regarding both the need and the Water Board's authority for the proposed order requirements. On one side, commenters were concerned that the permit would be overly burdensome to federal agencies, and on the other side, that the order requirements are not stringent nor protective enough. The federal agencies referenced the 1980s and 90s agreements that I mentioned earlier as being their preferred path. Commenters also expressed opposing concerns regarding the extent of the monitoring and reporting requirements, with the federal agencies essentially saying that the requirements are too burdensome, and CSERC in particular supporting the requirement for in-channel monitoring to evaluate order effectiveness and compliance. Concerns were raised regarding the need and authority for the watershed remediation component, the CSSRP, with the federal agencies looking for additional justification beyond the board's 13304 cleanup authority. And CSERC, on the other hand, concerned that the federal lands are not managed in conformance with water quality objectives, and that essentially this CSSRP is not enough and is too slow. Staff responded to these concerns, clarifying that the federal agency's actions pursuant to those old agreements does not fulfill the board's obligation to use its administrative tools to address the relevant non-point source discharges. Also, that providing programmatic coverage under one permit for a variety of activities provides the efficiencies I described earlier. Specific to the CSSRP, it was developed pursuant to the board's regulatory authority under Port Cologne sections 13267 and 13304. It is intended to systematically address the controllable sediment discharge sites that the federal agencies acknowledge exist and that need treatment. While developing the CSSRP steps and timeline, staff worked to balance federal limitations while still ensuring progressive sediment site treatments occur over time. The program was also developed to align with federal agency directives for watershed restoration on federal lands. And that for all order requirements, the board is not obligated to wait until an impairment is demonstrated, nor wait until we have a 303D listing to regulate activities or require legacy site treatment. Moving on to best management practices. The proposed order does require implementation of best management practices and site-specific design prescriptions, and several commenters discussed the efficacy of existing federal BMPs. Again, here, comments were opposing, with the federal agencies arguing that existing best management practices are effective and that additional requirements like notifications, site-specific prescriptions are not needed, while others, including CSERC, relayed their concern that the federal BMPs are too vague and effectiveness issues have been demonstrated with them in the past. And further, again, that in-stream monitoring should be standardized as a requirement in the monitoring and reporting program to confirm effectiveness of applied best management practices. The federal agencies also questioned the need for the pesticide notification and application limitation requirements, whereas CSERC expressed support for stricter requirements for pesticide applications in sensitive areas. Staff responded that there are numerous backstops to ensure water quality protection beyond the fact that BMPs are accepted as the foundation for non-point source pollution treatment. The proposed order requires site-specific prescription be developed and followed to refine the more general federal agency BMPs. The monitoring and reporting program requirements may be modified due to site-specific conditions at the discretion of the executive officer. The proposed order also does not limit the board's authority to pursue enforcement where it's needed. And the training and auditing components provide additional support for the order's reliance on BMPs. The proposed order's pesticide application requirements for notification and limits were determined by staff and supported by a variety of studies to be appropriate for low and moderate threat activities, and will ensure staff inspection and sampling activities are prioritized appropriately and address the need to establish ground cover in post-fire environments. And finally, the federal agencies and multiple interested parties expressed concerns regarding the EIR analysis, specifically that the analysis does not address potential impacts from the activities that are covered by the proposed order. The federal agencies expressed concern regarding the requirement to mitigate and monitor potential impacts to state-listed species from project activities. So as explained in the EIR, as well as in your response to comments document, the covered land management activities are occurring currently on federal lands and are expected to continue to occur even if the proposed order is not adopted. The EIR's impact analysis focuses on the physical effects of implementing the order itself, rather than the underlying activities. Because the proposed order relative to baseline would only impose on the covered land management activities additional foreseeable water quality protection measures and monitoring requirements. The federal agencies did not provide any information on policies or procedures that would indicate protection to state special status species is provided. Because of this potential gap for state species protection, CEQA requires mitigation to reduce potential impacts. So, in summary, after many years of development, many ideas presented and discarded, the proposed order represents staff's best attempt to balance the needs of the Forest Service and the BLM to meet their multi-use mandates and their commitments to the state of California to address the wildfire crisis, with the board's obligation to ensure protection of water quality under the federal and state clean water laws, and our region's need to address existing sediment sources across a third of lands in the region. At this point, there are 2 actions in front of the board. And staff recommend the board adopt the resolution certifying the EIR and the proposed order. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Angela. I mean, that's quite a history for this matter before the board. Going back that far, it's pretty amazing. And I don't know if there are any questions when the board members, Art.
Yeah, I have what is the penalty or the consequences? I was just, for example, the incident report. There's a violation that says no later than 48 hours after detection of any of the following. It lists all these violations. At least from my experience, I don't know how you'd even know sometimes for weeks whether there was an incident. So I guess from a federal agency, what's the consequences of a violation of not reporting within 48 hours?
So sorry, the intent there is to require that notification once they become aware of the incident.
Okay.
It's not, yeah, they're not.
Because within 48 hours,
Precognition.
I mean, like right now, I can
Yes.
assure you there's lots of incidences in Mariposa County because of the Oak Fire and so on.
Yeah.
And they might not know for a year if the
Yes.
Forest Service, there's nobody checking the Forest Service in Mariposa County that I know of.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to hear from the public before I have any comments here, any questions.
I think first we're going to hear from the federal agencies. So we'll defer comments and questions, I guess, until after that presentation. So we will now proceed with the joint presentation by the Forest Service, Pacific Southwest Region, and BLM, Northern California and Central California districts.
Good morning. I'll introduce myself. I think we have a slideshow coming up here as well. There we go. Okay, great. Thank you. So good morning, Chair and board members. And I want to say also a big thank you to your staff. We've had developed, as they shared with you, some great working relationships with them over the years, which I expect to continue. My name is Rick Hobson. Today I'm representing, and by the way, I also took the oath, and I work in Vallejo, California. Although right now I'm representing the forest in California. My regular job is a Deputy Director of Ecosystem Management. I'm currently in a detail as the Acting Forest Supervisor on the Plumas National Forest. That's mostly within the Central Valley region, the Feather River drainage above Lake Oroville. I think I'll take a quick pause and let Genevieve introduce herself, and then I'll continue on with my part.
And I'm Genevieve Rasmussen. I'm the Associate Deputy State Director for the Division of Resources for BLM California. I work in Sacramento, and I did take the oath as well.
All right. Again, I like to continue just by starting that we really have developed a great working relationship with your staff, and I fully expect that to continue. We have some different opinions perhaps on this order. We are opposing the order as written, and we do have some concerns we're going to share with you today. And our request really is that you do not permit this order today and allow us some more time to work on what we think will be a better approach. And we'll get into some of those things that we think will be a better approach. So before I dive into my comments, I just wanted to share, and we're a little late getting this letter to you. I know it's not part of your board packet. We did submit a similar letter from our respective leadership back for the draft of the EIR. So it comes from the state director, Joe Stout, as well as my boss, the regional forester, Jennifer Eberline, really just asking for a pause in this decision today so we can have more time to work through some of the details that we have really some strong concerns about. And you can probably go, actually, I think I can do the next slide here. Is that right?
If we could clarify, we haven't received any letter?
Yeah, the letter has not shown up yet. So I will clarify, you received a similar letter back in, I think it was like in June, from both the regional forester and the state director. But we also are working on getting a signature of a similar letter today. We're still getting routed through signature, so it's on its way. But the intent of that letter is just to ask from our leadership that we would like to have a pause in this decision today to work through some of the details.
If you'd like, if you'd like, we can have a copy of it sent with the BLM signature on it. It doesn't yet have the Forest Service signature on, but we could get a copy of it sent. Just Stacy Smith could send that if you guys would like that now.
You're going to reference it.
No,
No, we're not gonna. I just want to let you know that it's there, is coming, and probably the main point of even bringing this up is let you know that our leadership supports the presentation we're making today, and does have some pretty serious concerns that they brought forward earlier to this board, as well as to the Lahontan and the North Coast boards as well. Okay, I probably need a little help on the slides here. There we go. Okay, great. So it's the little mouse wheel here. So and this was already presented earlier by Angela and did a great job of doing this, but one of our primary concerns that we have is that we have obviously a lot of acres in the Forest Service and the BLM. Genevieve will speak to that within the Central Valley region. And there's a lot of bisecting of regional water quality control boards amongst our agencies. So one example, a more extreme example, is the Modoc National Forest in northeastern California, where it's bisected by 3 water quality boards. The forest I'm supervisor for right now, the Plumas National Forest, has part and mostly the Central Valley region, but also has an east side component, that's the Lahontan region. The rules are quite a bit different from each of the regional boards. That's one of the comments we've made prior. We made in the record for this permit. We've said the same thing for the other regional permits as well. And we do think it's going to be quite difficult for us to be able to manage 3 different permit requirements, either orders or waiver, waste discharge requirements in the Lahontan case, to be able to actually effectively implement it. Little side note, we do have for the 2 that have been approved already, the direction is we will implement them to the best of our ability. We intend to do that if you choose to decide for the order today, but we don't think we're going to be able to do it to the full extent of the permit and the order is written. I would honestly say that my background is as a hydrologist. I've worked at the district level, the forest level, and the regional office level in Region 4. And this is going to be a very challenging thing for us to implement. We think we're not going to actually be able to do it. So, and I think with this, I'm going to pass it over to Genevieve for the next part.
Okay, let's see if I can figure out the clicker here.
Scroll it.
Scroll it?
Yep.
There we go. Okay, so the BLM manages 50.2 million acre non-contiguous acres of BLM land. That's 15% of the state. We do not manage full watersheds. And as this histogram here shows, it shows the percentage coverage of public lands at the HUC 12. I think that was identified earlier today, but we, in large part, we manage less than 30% of a watershed. Central Valley Water Board overlaps with 7 different BLM offices, and 6 of these field offices are actually bisected by more than one regional board. Come on, scroll. There we go. Oh, now we went too far. There we go. I am wanting to get, okay. The non-point source pollution, of course, comes from many diffuse sources, and we do use the best management practices for vegetation, fuels management, routine maintenance of our trails and roads, and working with permittees and partners to minimize the effects on soils, streams, and aquatic systems. We do use our best management practices and design features to minimize non-point source pollution to protect clean water during our authorized activities. And I do want to point out from the BLM standpoint, our best management practices, BLM does not generally have best management practices. We call them project design features, and they're built into our individual planning documents. One feature of the working through this process was that for BLM California, those things were all gathered together in one document, and they have been adopted as best management practices. And that did come about as a part of this process of working through this. Clean water here, it is critical to supporting a lot of our authorized and permitted activities, and it provides critical habitat for fish and wildlife on our lands in special conservation areas, wild and scenic rivers, national monuments, and national forests. We do take an active role in both the agencies do in implementing a lot of the projects that benefit water quality, including the installation of bridges, culverts, riparian areas, and forest health projects that have been shown to improve bioassessment metrics. A lot of these bioassessment metrics are shown to be publicly available already on the Waterboards surface water ambient monitoring programs and BLM's AIM assessment, inventory, and monitoring websites. We've already taken a bit of a walk through how we arrived here today. I just want to say here that at the time when we began, we really thought that we were working on something that would be developed that would streamline the process for us. And I'm at the end, we don't feel like we've achieved that. We did have a very collaborative approach, and that did continue through 2020 when we did get presented the rough draft to review. When we received the document in 2024, we did provide a formal comment letter. At that time, we were surprised by the product that was eventually developed, as it did not seem to resemble what we had talked about through some of our meetings. And we did have concerns that came through that. We did continue to have conversations with the staff and appreciate their time and taking the time to hear us out through that. At this point, though, we do feel that this order actually creates green tape in opposition to what the governor has directed for the agencies to cut green tape. It is a competing prioritization processes, along with differing monitoring and reporting requirements across various regional boards, and it runs counter, as I said, to the governor's green tape initiative. The funding and staff resources required for some of the requirements in this draft permit are going to divert them from other priority efforts, which will impact the pace and scale of multi-agency efforts to address ongoing wildfire, drought, and flooding issues. And I want to point out that it was brought up a couple of times about spraying pesticides and the control of vegetation. All vegetation is not the same vegetation. And what as somebody who signs every single pesticide permit for the state that BLM puts on the ground, we really focus on invasive species, and almost all of them are focused on very specific invasive species. All the chemicals, the rules we follow are state regulated already, as well as federal regulations. We have a national EIS as well, covering the pesticides that are allowed on BLM lands It is a very, very heavily regulated process. And when you are control an invasive species and do treatment to control after a post-fire, then you have improved stabilization of the ground long term. And it needs to be really important. Like I said, all ground cover is not the same ground cover, and having a field of invasive grass species develop, which is more fire prone, is what has led to some of the really big problems that we have in this state. Federal agency staff within most of the administrative units would be required to learn differing multiple regional board permitting processes, and the issues among the various regional boards' permit practices all identify similar water quality process issues such as roads and project-related sediment. However, the permitting approaches are significantly different. This is an example of our South Cow Mountain BLM Ukiah field office. And I don't want to take a lot of time here, but I do want to point out that this is one project area, the South Cow Mountain off-a vehicle area. And in this particular area, we have 112 miles of OHV roads that are bisected by different regional permits. We could have one single road starting in one regional area, going into another with different rules, different regulations, different monitoring and reporting requirements, and even moving back into the same one again with one project manager. Land management actions here, such as fields management, forest health treatments, and roads upgrading would be subject, as I said, to the different permits, different reporting. And let's see. And we also operate on very large scale landscape and phasing projects. And because of this, these are often non-contiguous lands that contain portions of watersheds, often lacking the headwaters or receiving waters. And the projects are at a landscape level that require millions of dollars and often decades of planning to be undertaken in phases that would result in partial compliance in the meantime. Project priorities are often driven by individual grant requirements and statewide priorities, not by the water board jurisdictional boundaries. And we do need to keep in mind that as agencies, we are looking at now, we want clean water. I've got over 56 years in resource management myself, and I want it as much as you guys do. And we work really hard on a daily basis to get there.
All right, I'm going to close this out here. So we're going to talk about some of the reasons why, and we've already shared all these with you already, so you've probably seen them in the record, but overall, we feel like the permit and the order as written is going to be very difficult for us to implement. But one key part we feel like, and this is recognized in the order, the draft order, that we feel like it could be illegal for us to implement the controllable sediment source reduction program as a whole as written. So as a little bit of a background for the Forest Service side, we have a similar program already that we have in place called the Watershed Condition Framework. And the board staff did a great job of looking at that, reviewing it, and creating a program that's fairly similar to that, but it's not the same program. It's a different program. So one of my concerns is that we're gonna have to implement potentially two different things, or try to figure out how we're gonna implement one program and meet the requirements of this draft order as well too. But the main point I wanted to make on this slide is that with the Anti-Deficiency Act, one of my concerns is that, say, an acting forest supervisor, is I might need to make a decision in the future of, am I going to violate the state order, or am I going to violate a federal law? And that's just not a good place to put us into. I don't think that's the intent of the order, but that's how I see it being implemented. And we did work with the board and the staff members to try to work through that. I don't think we ever really quite got there. We're interested in doing watershed restoration programs. We do it quite well. And one of the comments we've made in the past is that we think it would be much better not to have this CSSRP as part of the order and the permit itself. It doesn't feel like it should be in the regulatory setting as much as like the category A and B projects. We still have concerns with those, but this whole CSSRP is going to be very difficult for us to meet the timeline and the requirements that is as presented. So we're concerned about our ability to actually do that. While at the same time, we do want to have a partnership. We've shared several times some of the comments that we mentioned that we felt like were either ignored or at least not adopted, is we'd rather have like a partnership relationship with some of these programs. I'll give you another quick example because I don't want to take too much time on this, but for the Forest Service, we have some funding right now under the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's rare, those things, they come very episodically, maybe once every 10 or 15 years, but it's great when that does happen. And it's really focused on doing exactly this sort of work we're talking about. And we would like to have a partnership, and we think we could develop that further, even more than what we have right now, to work with Central Valley staff to actually prioritize areas and work together to get the work done. We do a lot of that work in the Forest Service and the BLM in more of a partnership level. So in general, and this is not for all the permit requirements, but for the CSSRP, we feel like that should be more of a partnership relationship than a permit requirement. Okay, let's see, get this going the right way here. There we go. Okay, there we go. So that's a little tricky on the mouse there. So, and this really, I'll just try to wrap up quickly here. We feel like, while we had a great relationship with your staff, and we've met for years, better part of a decade, and we will continue into the future work with your staff. We have a great relationship. That's not going to change, even though we don't agree with this order. But we do feel like our concerns were not very well addressed. We offered ideas that, it just didn't seem like it fit in the regulatory framework. We just never quite got there. We were listened to, but we never saw some of the requests, like, for example, that partnership in the final permit. We are quite concerned, and we'll hear from one of the forests in a little bit, that the monitoring and reporting requirements is really excessive. It's going to be very difficult for us to implement this. And my background is as a hydrologist. I did this work in the field back when we were under the MAA. This is going to be very difficult for doing. It's going to take time away, not only from our hydrology staff, but other staff that should be really addressing what we call the wildfire crisis strategy. I can't come to you and say that this order will make it so we can't get that work done, but it's definitely going to make it harder for us to get the fuels reduction work and really address the wildfire crisis, which in my opinion is a much bigger issue than site-specific roads. So the pictures you saw, those are real places. Yes, we have those issues out there. But my bigger concern are tens and hundreds of thousands of acres wildfires. And I think this order kind of works against us focusing on that priority work. That is a water quality issue of the future. So in my opinion, and we feel like the training certification is pretty excessive. We need to do some more work on that. So another reason why we're asking for the pause in this permit. Keep on going the wrong way. Okay. Oh, second to last slide. This is really the last slide. So really what we're asking is for you not to certify that today. We're still here. We're a partner. Like Genevieve said, we have water quality management in our agency regulations, and we feel like we are with you with that. And we will be no matter where we go with this. But we would like to have a little bit more time. And we asked for the same thing from the North Coast and the Lahontan region. And we are actually working the state board through a petition on those particular orders and the waiver that was approved. So I think my favorite Christmas present, if I could get it, would be not to have to go through that petition process, because it's a lot of work. But we can if that's the best way for you to go. I would like to say thank you. I'm not going to read that middle part of the slide, but that language that's in there, you put that into the draft order, basically saying we're going to continue working together. We're just asking that we work together before there's a final order and not after. And we are looking for more of a statewide, similar across the whole state permit. That would be much better for us. We recognize there's need for localized kind of nuances in there. I think we can do that. But having vastly different orders and waivers is going to be very difficult for us to implement. So, and with that, do you have something else to add? And otherwise, we can open up for questions.
We are here for questions. And then I also want to point out, we do have some of our technical specialists from the BLM state and regional office. We have Sam Flanagan available by phone or Zoom, and then Stacy Smith and Gabe Venegas from the BLM and Forest Service. Do you have any questions for us? There we
One
go.
more pretty picture slide. So.
So I have a question for the Forest Service. Did I understand your comment correctly? Are you asserting that meeting the requirements of this order would result in increased fire risk?
I said it would make it more difficult for us to implement our mission to reduce wildfire. It's going to take a lot of work to implement this order. We think an inordinate amount of work, more than is needed. And we only have so much staff. So the staff's going to have to either decide to work on wildfire protection projects or work on this order. It's gonna be difficult for us to do both. We will do both, but there will be an impact on staff time to implement this order.
Okay, it sounds like you're saying there's an increased risk of wildfire because of limited resources to administer oversight satisfying this order and conducting the normal forest management.
Mhm. Yeah, I would say that it's to get in front of this wildfire crisis, and I think we all know what's going on. Very significant impacts. Park fire this year. I was on the El Dorado with the Caldor fire. Of course, on the Plumas, we had the Dixie fire, the Camp Fire that we talked about earlier. That's going to take a lot of our time. And we're not suggesting that we won't protect water quality while we do that work. But these permit requirements as written is going to be a lot of staff time to do that. And then in addition, we have the CSSRP on top of that. So I think adding all those things together will make it very impactful to our staff to have to figure out which way where we're going to put our staff time to meet both the order requirements and the wildfire crisis needs.
And if
Does
I were
that
to,
help?
yeah, that does. And if I were to summarize what you're asking for, you're not asking for a pause on this. It sounds like you're saying that an order from the regional board there's no order that's conceptual that would even be acceptable to the service. You guys are wanting a statewide solution and are opposed to the individual regional boards. Is that what I'm getting at? Because you're not asking for a pause. It sounds like you're asking for abandonment of this effort with the regional board, and the alternative being seeking a solution from the state board.
That would be ideal for us, correct?
Okay, I know we have others. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. So you've already petitioned the state board of the other two orders adopted, Lahontan and the North Coast?
That's correct.
So you've already petitioned those two?
We have, yes.
Okay, that's helpful.
And
reading.
just to clarify, both of those are in abeyance now, correct?
Yes, correct. Yep. So the State Water Resources Control Board requested the abeyance from us, and we did agree to that. And apologize if I get the terms wrong. I've never done this part of the process before. And we had a conversation this week, and I think it's very much in the theme with the language that was put into your draft order, where the Central Valley is going to work with the state board to help coordinate something that's maybe a little bit more efficient, across the whole state. So we are starting those conversations, and I can't say whether we'll petition a decision. Depends on which way you go. We'll look at that when the decision time comes.
On the pesticide issue, since you brought that up, it seems to me that you already know what you're applying and where. Would that be an onerous requirement to comply with the pesticide reporting requirements and monitoring?
We do know what we're putting and we do know where it is, and it is being regulated by the appropriate. And so I think what my concern is when I see in there that I seen in the slideshow today that putting pesticides on post-fire was a bad thing, when I know that the reason it is done is because we are not trying, it's not that we're trying to further denude the landscape. What we do need to do is improve the conditions so our native vegetation and those improved hydrologic conditions can happen from the native vegetation, as opposed to cheatgrass that grows right on the land.
Right.
And let's get in our native vegetation and get those root systems down into the ground again post-fire. So we do things like that for the purpose of improved land management. And we've got to look at things and what is, I mean, there is a cost benefit, but we are very careful and very regulated on that. So that's where I was concerned about seeing the thing about the ground cover. We do an awful lot. We do everything we can post-fire, because I also have reporting to me the emergency stabilization and burned area rehabilitation programs in the BLM. They report to me directly. And so again, I look at all of those plans, and we do everything that we legitimately can, and we work very hard to get funding into this state to provide stabilization post-fire. Not being able to control invasives in that process could be very problematic for us.
Oh, I appreciate that. Lastly, what the training issue does concern me too. I mean, do you have an estimate of staff time it's going to take to comply with all the certification and training?
I do not.
I understand.
And the reason why is that we actually have not seen that. We were told that And the BLM and the Forest Service at this level, we're not involved at all in the development of the training or the monitoring forms, and we don't know what they look like. So we don't know what the requirement is, and we don't know the amount of time that it would be required.
Yeah, because I can certainly appreciate that you can't be both places at once. And I understand your budget very, very well. Having spent 50 years living in the forest.
And we
in park.
understand yours. Recently, one of your staff members was out in the field with our staff members looking at a road that, to be quite frank, we know it's a problem. It is an atrocious situation, and we are working hard to try and figure out how to deal with this situation. And, she was saying that she only, there's her and this huge area. So we understand we're all tight on staff and time. And we also share that common value system and belief and the importance of clean water to all of California, to all the people, and to the land and all the other things that are out there.
Yeah, I was just going to add one quick thing on the training is that, we would need some help, wherever we land on this thing, we will need some help. I feel like we've kind of maybe separated last year or so with our kind of working closely together, and it makes sense with where we're at in the process. But wherever we land with this, we want to make sure we're working together for making sure we can implement that. And that this same topic came up in the other regional boards as well too, the need to support. And I'm pretty convinced that will continue, and especially at the local unit level. There's great relationships there. We're just mostly concerned about it being a very complex, onerous process on top of a very challenging situation out there.
Yes. I totally concur with that statement. We've had great relationships in the field with the staff, and we want to continue that. This is not in any way meant to criticize them on that. It's, this is what we're talking about, is this, not the working relationships that we have.
Yeah, I guess just to back up here, it seems like your goal of making this a statewide program is obviously the ultimate solution, but they did punt on this back in 2011. It's been 13 years, and I mean, I don't know what the politics are to punt it upstairs again, and whether that would be productive, and how long that might extend this process. So I don't know, Patrick, do you have any suggestions or comments on that?
I could certainly address some of those concerns, perhaps after the federal agencies have finished commenting.
Yeah, we could take it up later. And then the other issues about bisected regions, we in our briefings internally, I mean, that's an obvious concern, given our mandate to protect water in Region 5 and the state board's decision to punt it to the regions. I mean, I think that's how we got here. So, I understand your concern, but I'm not sure how to exactly address it, given where we are right now.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can I echo that? This is complicated, understandably so, right? So the state board punted it to us and others, 15 years ago. And now we're in a position where you folks and our staff and working with other regional boards have come to the conclusion, at least on your end, after 15 years, that you want to go back to the state board. I'm struggling with that a little bit, honestly, because what the heck's been going on for 15 years? This isn't where we're at today, isn't certainly a surprise. And, the thought of doing nothing versus doing something is what I struggle with, because I think we all agree there's a problem in a general sense. There are issues that need to be addressed relative to impacts to water quality and implementation of reporting practices and best management practices. It's just the nature of the scope of doing that and the burden on you for doing that. I am struggling with this a bit. I'm not inclined to do nothing, but I certainly want to hear from the other federal agencies and the rest of the folks that have queued up to testify. But I'm a little frustrated here for what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah, I would say we are too. And not, again, nothing against the staff and the relationship. It's just been a challenging thing to work through. So I want to say, I think some of the best water quality you get, in the state comes from National Forest System lands. I think you know that a lot of the quantity, a lot of quality. We think we actually do a pretty good job recognizing there's issues to address out there. But the point I want to make is, okay, so we think it would be best for us to have a statewide permit. We're open to other conversations as well too. I think what we really want to have is a conversation. The State Water Resources Control Board, when we talked to them earlier in the week, suggested that they're willing to work with us and coordinate with us on this next steps. We don't know exactly what that looks like. The North Coast was really concerned when they commented about, at least what I heard was that they wanted to make sure they had local jurisdiction, local influence, because things are different up there than they are down here versus the east side. I think we need to work through all that stuff. So maybe the answer isn't a broad statewide permit, but it's something that's more consistent for us. These permits and orders are a lot different from each other, a lot. And we bisect all that. So we would just like to see something, at least my view, and Genevieve can speak for the BLM, something that's more consistent, more operable, less complicated, and more of a partnership is ultimately what we're shooting for. So how we get there, where we go, I don't exactly know. But when we go through, if you approve this order as written, that just puts us into more process and maybe petitioning and all that stuff. And I would just suggest we'd be better off if we just had a more of a formalized conversation. Maybe one quick example on where we could do that. Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force has some sub teams on it. Clint's on a couple of them. I'm on a couple of them. And we think that might be the place to really address the green tape issue and get some different people to the table to address this issue. So that's one idea that's been brought forward, is to put it to another group that's multi-jurisdiction, multi-interest groups and all that at the task force level. Because then we're getting the water quality issue addressed and also kind of focusing on the wildfire risk as well. So anyways, Pastor Genevieve.
Yeah. And I want to say, yeah, there are issues and they are being addressed. We're doing what we can. And some of our things is that the funding comes in opportunity, episodic and opportunistic. And so sometimes we need to be adaptable to where the funding comes. Forest Service ended up with a lot of money in Bill and Ira, and that gave us a lot of opportunities to address things. And we always are looking for those kinds of things out there. One thing our staff has suggested here is maybe a pause of like a year to see where we are and then come back together and look at this. We don't want to ignore the state's responsibility for the water quality. We understand that that's where that is. And we have the responsibility for the land management. We think we work best together in solving the situation as opposed to in opposition, and making sure that what we get done actually does improve water quality as opposed to put more paper on people's desks.
Yeah, I share Nick's concerns also. Just a little background: in 1977, a long time ago, I finished my graduate degree in ecosystem management with an emphasis on fire ecology. I've lived in the Yosemite for 51 years and dealt with Stanislaus and Sierra Forest much of my life, from wild and scenic rivers to lots of big fires in that area. But one thing I've noticed over the decades is back in the 70s, we were worried, we were starting to talk about management fires and forest health and timber. And timber was the big issue, and Humboldt crossings and all those problems that ancient forest practices have created. But I can tell you now, it's a totally different world. What we're concerned about now is every time it rains, the Merced River turns dark brown. It's because there have been massive fires in the last 10 years on both sides of the river. And it's a different emphasis, I guess I would argue, on forest practice. And when it takes 12 years to develop these permits, and I'm not blaming, well, I guess it starts at the state board level. The landscape's changed even in the last 10 years. And I think, I know our staff knows that. It's changed radically. Those of us, I know our staff's been evacuated just like I have many times from forest fires. And so maybe it does take a different approach. And I know Patrick Wright and the folks at Resources are doing the wildfire program for the governor. And somehow we need to change this whole concept, or we're not going to have any forest left. And all we're going to have is Manzanita and Chaparral and no trees coming back is what I've noticed. The A-Rock fire, it's a hardened landscape. You'd have to rip it to get the forest to come back and stand. And I think we've got to maybe, but I'd like to hear everybody's comments first, but just to give
If I
you
could add one more thing. on
flavor
this.
for who comes next,
Uh,
that might help.
I did. I just was reminded of something, in terms of programmatic and statewide approaches, we too are facing, we're facing the same issues, right? And so we had to, in the BLM, we're a small agency and we have to be adaptable. And so we spent, well, let's see, I've been in here 7-8 years, and we spent a big chunk of that time developing 2 different programmatic tools for us to address fuels issues statewide. And I think it's a really neat thing to step back and say the way we did things isn't necessarily the way that's going to work well in the future. And so, we had a lot of staff that were screaming and hollering on how do we, we have to be very site specific and we have to be very concerned, but we had to step back and say, no, in order to address this fire issue in a big way, we have to look things statewide. We have to look at them. And we developed 2 different programmatic environmental assessments that allow us to do vegetation treatment, taking into account site-specific concerns, but addressing them bigger picture in one document. And it's working well for us. So we think that those kinds of paths are out there that maybe we have to open ourselves to the opportunity to think in that direction, to be efficient.
Thank you. I mean, that was a very articulate and comprehensive presentation, and certainly appreciate your concerns and the concerns that were inherent in the staff's presentation. So I think with that, we are going to take another break. We might just break for lunch now.
I think we have one more commenter.
Oh, just is
from
only
the
one more?
Federal agencies, at least.
Okay, we could do that now if we can just have one. Yes, thank you very much.
Coming up, I don't know if you call me up or.
No, you're welcome. Just state your name and whether you took the oath and let us hear it.
Yeah, good. Oh, there you go. I know a lot about forestry, but I'm technologically illiterate, so please forgive me. So I'm a 20-year professional in forestry, hydrology, soils, and fire suppression. I'm also a qualified single resource wildland firefighter, and I supervise heavy equipment and crews on wildland fires. I'll stand in front of the microphone. And I don't really, in my everyday life, I don't talk that I'm a wildland firefighter. So we'll circle back to that. I'm the primary manager for the compliance of the State Water Resources Board on the Tahoe National Forest. And the Tahoe National Forest is covered by the Central Valley and the Lahontan boards. And I was deeply involved in the Lahontan board water revision. So I swear a lot in my everyday life. I'm going to try not to drop any F-bombs here, but I get passionate and fired up about things. And all the way down here, we were listening to Rage Against the Machine. So I'm kind of fired up for this. And then also want to forgive my agency for any missteps I have. I think the agency made a mistake to put the autistic dude up and have talk. So we'll see. And I had a friend, a hydrologist friend in Colorado, and she just asked me in this talk not to get fired. So we're going to work on that. I have dozens of issues with this permit, but I'm just going to focus on one. I'm going to focus on the reduction of pace and scale of timber harvest, forest restoration, and vegetation management work. So we go, I'm not just sharing my professional experience, but I'm sharing the professional experience of the entire watershed staff on the Tahoe National Forest, as well as the 5 other forests that I talked to, the watershed staffs. So we go from a waiver, an order, whatever we're calling this, from 10 pages of a 39-page order, because it was combined state, CAL FIRE, and us. And now we're 100 plus pages, right? So 114, you can count or discount the references and cover pages, but right, we got a huge increase in just the paper that we have to read through to figure out what we need to do to comply. And then so talking with my staff, the staff that works around me, we are figuring that there will be a 50% reduction in our pace and scale. So from going from 10,000 acres of treatment per year, we're going to go down to 5,000 acres per year to try to stay in compliance with this. And the Waterboard staff in the comments continually states that there is streamlined and there's no increase in regulation. A couple different places in the comments that in response G1, response A4, I don't need to read. So, it just seems disconnected. I wish we could sit down and just talk out on a landing or out on a prescribed fire and show you what we do. And just like, there's some disconnect that we're not understanding where each other comes from. So I'm going to walk through that math at 50% reduction, right? So we have 4 district level hydrology positions on our forest. 3 are filled. One's been vacant for 4 years. That one's not being filled anytime soon. We have 3 folks on the ground killing it. They're supporting 10 new projects every year, right? And that's the thing. All these category A projects, they don't matter. They're not a big deal. Most of the projects that are going to be doing the fuel reduction, we're going to be skidding. We're going to be putting in fire line next to streams. So all the projects that matter are category B. And so we put the control sediment source reduction program. That's going to take half time from one hydrologist just to complete that, if not more. So that's minus one of those 10 projects. We got the control and sediment discharge points on all the roads in the project area. We're not talking about 3 more miles of roads. We're talking about 50 miles of roads in project areas. That takes 4 projects away from us. So we're down to 5 projects. And now we got to implement 9 different slope classes, 9 different watershed lake protection zones with varying slope classes within these projects. And then, so we're just going down and there's more requirements. That's just vegetation management, not the recreation, roads and trails, emergency response, watershed restoration. Like we have to report monitoring, summarize water quality impacts from emergency response actions. Imagine doing that for the Dixie Fire, where they put in 3,000 miles of dozer line. How are we going to stay compliant with that in our time? But circling back to this reduced pace and scale, right? So we have less treatment on the ground, less places we can hold fire, less places firefighters can take a stand in a safe area. It's more dangerous to fight fires. We have untreated riparian areas where fire is going to squirt out and go another thousands of acres. And I frankly think that it's going to put me at risk. It's going to put my fellow firefighters at risk. We're going to have less ability to hold fire. And I personally think that we're going to kill people. That's like, and maybe my agency is going to be like, Jason, we need to talk behind the shed. But like, that is my personal opinion, that we're going to have less treatment on the ground, and that's going to relate into hurting and injuring and maybe even killing firefighters. I'm done. Thank you for your time. I apologize for my passion and my ineloquence. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate your passion, actually. So
Cool.
You don't have to apologize for it. And I think we're going to consider all of these comments and discussions.
We only have about 10 more minutes of comments.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Question whether you want to do that before lunch or after.
Yeah, I think we only have 10 more minutes.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for
Yeah.
sharing, and I do appreciate the passion. I mean, you're on the ground, and sharing that experience is extremely important, at least in my thinking through this. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Bradford, we have a hand raised. Someone W. Wall.
Okay.
I'll allow them to talk.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, you are
The
able to talk.
example, I just wanted to go back quickly with the training. Obviously, with the last presenter, he doesn't need training. Our forest specialists, special hydrologists, have the expertise.
I'm sorry. We can't hear you. You're very garbled.
Let me pass until I get it fixed. Let's go on to the next person. You can hear me.
Okay, We do have a couple commenters from Central Sierra Environmental Research Center, and then one commenter from the Center for Biological Diversity. It's up to you, Chair Bradford, which group you'd like to take first.
Yeah, we can go with CSERT first, I guess.
All right. We have Stan Dodson and John Buckley.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So Stan Dotson with CSERC. So the proposed federal NPS permit before you is unworthy of board approval because it primarily applies some written band-aids to go on top of widespread glaring discharges on federal lands that violate legal mandates and water board objectives. The order primarily requires adherence to countless federal agency BMPs that are mostly rhetoric, not measurable, and don't directly reveal whether or not water quality is protected. A BMP may direct the Forest Service to require water bars when bulldozers push soil on steep hillsides. The Forest Service may monitor whether water bars were required by the project's agreement with the contractor. But almost never is there any actual monitoring to determine whether the water bars blew out in the first storm or whether the water bars actually work to protect water. For decades, our center has monitored water quality impacts from logging, poorly maintained dirt roads, livestock grazing, reforestation site prep, herbicide spraying, and other treatments across tens of thousands of acres of federal lands each year. We network closely with Forest Service staff, some who have openly admitted that BMPs are primarily seen as a checklist that is often filled out in an office far from a project. The proposed waiver depends upon countless BMPs that direct Forest Service staff to consider something, or to use suitable tools, or to plan to avoid negative things. And such nebulous directives underscore why BMPs are worthless without meaningful effectiveness monitoring that's consistently mandated and documented. Despite the order stating that measuring BMP effectiveness is integral and that sites need to be monitored, in reality, the waste discharge order before you has zero requirements to sample or measure water quality to show whether or not a BMP actually provides protections. Effectiveness monitoring reports are required, but they are completely absent of any required testing that would incur violations. Instead, visual observations and speculative judgments are allowed to be done following the winter after a project is completed, which is somehow considered sufficient to know whether sediment discharged into receiving waters months earlier. Now, there are many other concerns, but I close by emphasizing that it's truly absurd for the Water Board to provide a waiver for federal land discharges and yet blatantly ignore livestock waste contaminating forest streams, the single most widespread water quality contamination that occurs across millions of acres each year. I urge you to reject the resolution certifying the EIR and to not approve the waste discharge order. Instead, consider adopting the WDR's alternative to the order. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Dodson. I believe John Buckley is available.
Mr. Buckley, you can speak if you wish.
Good morning, John Buckley, CSERC. I took the oath. Over decades of monitoring national forests and BLM lands, our center staff has repeatedly found sites discharging sediments to streams and rivers. And in past years, we've met with water board staff in the Stanislaus Forest to show them issues of concern. All of those widespread discharges are now supposedly going to be effectively managed by this waste discharge order that Angela and others discussed with you today, due to the water board embracing federal agency BMPs, even though those BMPs have not prevented widespread NPS violations up to this time. It is extremely important to emphasize that BMPs are primarily programmatic guidance, and most are neither measurable nor tied to any actual monitoring, and they falsely imply that applying a checklist of things to consider will result in minimal water quality violations. The EIR repeatedly overstates the likelihood that remedies for water quality violations will result from non-measurable BMPs and their continued reliance on those. The proposed waste discharge order fails to spell out how the lack of mandated water sampling will provide evidence that water quality is being protected. It won't. Instead, to supplement BMPs, our center has urged that every year, each individual national forest or BLM district covered by the MPS simply identify one project that poses high potential for water quality effects. And from within that, within its capacity, the CV Water Board staff select one or two or some number of those projects to require pre-project through post-project water sampling by the permittees with methods most likely to capture evidence of contamination. Combining general reliance on BMPs with strategically selected water quality monitoring on a very limited number of national forests or BLM districts each year will show whether or not projects are actually protecting beneficial uses. With limited time for these comments, I'm providing one key example of why the order and EIR as proposed are not sufficient. Each year, herbicide spraying is completely separate from the invasive species that the BLM person talked about. But herbicide spraying done to boost tree stocking is done across thousands of acres of Forest Service land with literally zero on-site water quality monitoring done for the majority of those treatments. Forest Service BMP Chem 6 states, quote, monitoring of chemical applications is used to evaluate and document application accuracy and effects on soil and water, unquote. But in actuality, there's absolutely no requirement to monitor most chemical spraying. It can be done. Various methods may be used. If monitoring is done, it may simply be a brief visual observation, which proves nothing. There's no requirement for spray carts or dye tracing to show if herbicides are getting into the stream or riparian zones. Even more glaring, based on the order, as long as the federal agency only proposes direct spraying of herbicides using individual backpack sprayers, even if the spray is done over thousands of acres, that's not judged to be broadcast spraying. So based upon the current proposed order, the agencies aren't even required to provide any notification to the CV board, nor must permittees comply with any watercourse or lake protection zone no spray buffer requirement to reduce chemicals getting into the water. So at the very least, as an example, the water board should revise the order and mandate that for direct spray treatments using backpack sprayers, that along streams a no spray buffer of at least 15 meters from the water line be required, a distance consistent with science references in our comments. And that's just one example of the problems. In closing, I say it in the most respectful way. I've been a firefighter for the Forest Service for 13 years in the past. It's totally bogus for the Forest Service to claim that it can't take regulatory actions to protect water as being put forward by the water board staff because it's too busy doing fire reduction treatments. Both are essential and they both go hand in hand. I urge the water board to adopt the individual waste discharge requirements alternative to the order, along with selected projects being mandated to have monitoring done by the permittees so as to not to burden the water board staff. After years of delay in adopting a permit, it would be tragic for the board to approve the essence of the status quo. I urge you to take actions that can reduce potential contamination across the region and can actually make a difference and not just be continuation of what's not working. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have two more commenters, I believe, with about 3 minutes. I do want to check in with, I believe the online name was W. Wall. If you could identify yourself and see if the phone is working yet. Bill Wall, William Wall.
I'm here, but it doesn't, can you hear me now?
Well, you're coming through a little muffled, but I think we can forge ahead.
Why don't we just, Rick can pass my comment on, it probably be easier. Thanks.
I'm afraid we still cannot hear you, sir.
That's okay, I'll pass.
Can I double check? I appreciate your participation here. Can I check to see if a Lisa Belenke is on the phone or on the line.
We've unmuted Miss Chicazola.
No,
and I don't see the second name you asked.
I think she mentioned that she may not be available, Lisa. And then I do see Renee Chicazola on the phone from Save California Salmon. And I believe that's the last of the folks we have queued up. Good to hear from you, Regina. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Regina Chicazola, and I am with Save California Salmon. I wasn't necessarily planning on speaking today, but I did get moved by the federal agency's comments. I've been living in Forest Service lands and dealing with fires in a very intensive level, including as part of my job as someone who does prescribed fires and does wild thinning around homes and stuff of that nature. And I've been very impacted by Forest Service action specifically within my job and my home life. And I just wanted to say that I feel like the objections of the federal agencies are somewhat disingenuous. I agree there's a fire emergency within this state. But I think we need to acknowledge that some of that emergency is because of the terrible management of federal and state agencies. Plantations and poor forestry is, besides climate change, is one of the things that has made the situation so dire within the state. There are areas where I live where there's 5 miles of roading per mile of forest within watersheds that are key watersheds for salmon. And I think it's important to think about the Central Valley Waterboards area. There are areas where the last spring salmon with wild spring salmon within the state live, and there is a lot of BLM and Forest Service lands within that, and there's action being taken to try to get water for these fish, but they're also really suffering from the sediments from roads and from fires and things of that nature. However, we need to control some of this control this situation. And I feel like the Forest Service specifically, I'm less familiar with BLM, has let the situation get out of control with not maintaining its road system, without protecting riparian areas. And I'd also like to say I have quite a lot of people within my communities who are basket weavers and things of that nature. Save California Salmon is a tribally led nonprofit that have been very, very impacted by the use of herbicides and pesticides. And these things need to be regulated, and they need to be regulated under state laws. And so I do support the speakers that spoke right before us that were asking for WDRs. I do understand the concerns of the agencies, and I do think we can figure out ways to make sure that actual prescribed fire restoration and on the ground intensive firefighting that's needed for the protection of human life can be supported, but there needs to be rules and regulations for these agencies, and BMPs are not doing it. They're just checklists. So I just wanted to say I support the water board having rules and regulations, and I do think they need to be tougher, like the waste discharge requirements. Thank you for letting me speak. I know this is a very complex issue, and I really wanted to thank the board and staff for their time put in.
And I'll just do one last check. Jean, is there anybody who will raise their hand that we missed?
I am not seeing any.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks to the folks.
I didn't put my name down for a comment, but I did want to make a quick comment.
By all means, 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Nasita. I'm with the El Dorado National Forest. I'm a soil scientist and the bear coordinator, and currently serving as the acting assistant regional bear coordinator. And the bear program is the Burned Area Emergency Response Program. As a soil scientist, with
if you could identify if you have taken the oath.
I did not take the oath because I didn't expect to speak. So I swear that I will tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much.
I just have a quick comment. I think it was a little bit misleading on the initial presentation because we had some pictures of big sediment sources. And my guess is that all of those were emanating from post-fire. None of these BMP requirements or any of this general order would affect the sediment that's discharged post-fire. And being somebody who goes on all the big fires to assess post-fire condition, we evaluate how badly the soil burned, and we try to predict where the erosion is. We try to take emergency response. During the bear assessment, we clean out culverts to make sure that the sediment from those fires pass through. Sometimes it overwhelms our work and we get these big culvert failures. I'm not sure how this order would change that one little bit, except for the fact that I agree with Jason and Rick is that it would slow our pace and scale. So what we really need to be focusing on is reducing those fuel loads because we need to manage our forests in a quicker manner, but by slowing us down, our biggest sources of sediment in the Forest Service land is post-fire. And so we need to make sure that we can, with our limited resources, manage those fuel conditions. So that's all I really wanted to say is there's the post-fire sediment really is unrelated to this. So thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm prepared to answer a couple of the questions that were posed earlier. Unless you want to go to lunch, defer to the board. All of that.
I think we should take a break. It's been a while since we did one, and there's likely to be quite a few questions and more discussion after lunch. So I don't know, can we just do a half-hour lunch, a quick lunch? Or I don't know if anybody's leaving the area that needs more time. If not, let's just say let's say we'll reconvene at 1:45. Gives us a little more than half an hour.
Sounds
okay,
good.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started again. Is that on? Hello? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, so picking up where we left off, I think Patrick was going to make a few comments.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair Bradford. I just want to start by saying that I absolutely respect and the professionalism and dedication of all the federal employees that are here today. I truly believe that, through our collaborative effort over the past decade plus, we really do have a shared mission, a shared vision of what we would like to see happen on, these 10.9 million acres, which is just a stunning amount of land. And we also understand the resource constraints that they operate under. And I do also appreciate the comments that came in from CSERC and Save California Salmon. I do think they illustrate the tension that, this order is under. And in that we are trying to do as much as possible for water quality while also ensuring that we don't derail other federal efforts to increase the pace and scale of wildfire mitigation and enable the federal agencies to, fulfill their stated missions. I do want to say, just for what it's worth, absolutely nothing was ignored. Every single comment that came in from the federal agencies was poured over and discussed internally, often discussed in collaborative meetings as well. And we tried the best we could to sync up this order with existing processes and existing obligations that the federal lands operate under. And that includes trying to sync up the CSSRP with the watershed condition framework that they currently employ. I totally understand that there are distinctions. This is a regulatory program, so it is and will be a little different than their internal protocols. And I also kind of want to comment to the fact that we have had extensive engagement with the other regions to try and ensure that our permits are not vastly different, that they are meant to address regional distinctions. And really the reason why the State Water Board instructed the individual regions to develop their own permit. That said, we will continue the process of working with the other regions and with the State Water Board, regardless of whether this is petitioned or not, to try and figure out what the next step is, because there likely will be a next step, in one way, shape, or form. I do want to say that in terms of the boundaries of federal forests overlapping different jurisdictions, different regional boards, I will say it is interesting if you see one of the maps that was shared during the presentation, you also saw how many counties cross boundaries, how many municipalities cross boundaries between the regional boards. We actually are quite adept at working with the other regional boards where there are conflicts, where we have different permitting programs. Heck, the Contra Costa MS4 actually spans a couple boundaries. So the actual facility itself spans multiple regional boards. And we work to deconflict our internal processes and sync up the deadlines when we work with other regional boards for all those municipalities and other dischargers. You heard complaints about pesticides or comments that pesticides are heavily regulated here in the state of California, and ergo the permit is not needed to address pesticide concerns, even specific to invasive species and landscape restoration. On one hand, I do understand that. On the other hand, these are comments that very closely mirror comments made by the agricultural community when we upgraded that program a couple decades ago. The change from an MOU, a light touch MOU, which is what we're doing right here, we're changing from a 1992 MOU that doesn't really have any regulatory teeth to a true waste discharge requirements regulatory program. And when we did the similar thing in the irrigated lands program, we heard the same type of complaints. Pesticides are heavily regulated. That's absolutely true. And we try and take the lightest approach we can with respect to pesticide utilization, and defer to our sister state agencies, including DPR, and as much as we can, simply focus on the water quality aspects of that, of those pesticide utilization. And, and you actually heard some of that tension when CSERC came forward and said, look, you're basically not getting into the weeds, so to speak, with backpack spraying, which is a lot of what is done on federal forested lands. And that's true. It is not something that we choose to heavily regulate, as is vegetation management and pre-fire mitigation. All of those are basically do it and we will not stop you. We will not try and impose any additional regulatory burden beyond that which already exists under vegetation management practices that currently exist, because we share the goals of increasing the pace and scale of veg management in the state of California. We worked extensively with CAL FIRE. We worked extensively with CNRA, who had similar concerns about all three of these regional permits. I've lost track of how many task forces and working groups that Clint and Angela sit upon to make sure that the water boards are coordinated with all the resource agencies to ensure that nothing that we do impacts pace and scale of vegetation management and wildfire mitigation. And if you listen carefully, I think the arguments that came in from the federal agencies weren't so much that this permit stops those activities from occurring, but that this permit draws resources from the federal agencies in general to address pollution issues on the lands that they manage. And that really is the essential component that we're talking about, particularly with the CSSRP. And I would point out, that our response to comments does reference the fact that, yes, we recognize that tension exists and that there are numerous executive orders and existing federal laws that provide direction to federal agencies to ensure there are sufficient funds available for compliance with applicable pollution control standards. And in this case, it's protecting surface water quality consistent with the Federal Clean Water Act. So it is a tension that we hear from virtually every discharger. Look, I've got other regulatory programs that I'd like to meet. Heck, I'd like to give my employees a raise. I'd like to do this. Obeying the pollution control laws here in the state of California does draw resources down that I could use for other purposes. Again, that's what we tried to do. We tried to make that as light as possible as we developed this permit. I'll also add, in terms of the training component, we absolutely recognize the limitations on federal agencies. We actually used quite a large slice of our discretionary funding. We do not have too much of it to employ a contractor, and worked with the federal agencies to develop a self-paced training module based off of these permit requirements that is essentially online to help folks who are working to implement this permit understand what the permit's goals are and understand what the requirements are. I actually think, if we look back on this permit in a couple of years, that will be one of the big success stories. It is not as invasive as the irrigated lands training components, in that we stepped forward and offered a significant amount of our own funds to help put that program together to help ensure continuity. There's a lot of personnel changes on a federal forest, and we want to make sure that the person coming into their new role understands what our permit requires and understands what the objectives are for the Central Valley. And last but not least, I do want to echo once again the commitment on the part of the Central Valley Water Board to continue to work with the state water board, work with the federal agencies, work with Cal EPA to understand if the next step will be a statewide permit. That may very well be the next step. But I think what you have here before you is a very, very reasonable first step that will take a very distinctive approach that is different from the 1992 MOU, which is not really serving its purpose anymore, and advance water quality protection on 10.9 million acres of federal lands. I understand that is not as far as some of the environmental groups would like us to go. I understand those concerns, but again, the tension here is to try and create a program that works for our agency, works for the federal agency, and gets to our goals without impeding things like wildfire mitigation. I talked to Clint and he mentions that, we actually only have a couple staff on this as well. We can't create a program that draws down all the resources that we have available as well. We want to make sure that the requirements that we impose today are very narrowly tailored to meet our highest objectives here with this program. And I'm absolutely prepared to say that the permit that's in front of you right now meets those goals. With that, I'll turn over to see if Bailey has anything else to add. Did I miss anything? Yeah, we will allow closing statements by Forest Service, Pacific Southwest Region, Bureau of Land Management, and Northern California and Central California districts as they are a permittee and under this permit.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. That was a good summary of our position from staff. And I know so much effort's gone into this on both sides, and there's a lot of resource limitations on both sides, even getting to this point, much less moving forward. But it seems like a lot of progress has been made. The biggest challenge is, I think a statewide permit is the ultimate goal. And it's kind of discouraging from where I sit that the state punted it to the regions, pretty much knowing that these conflicts were going to develop. But I also feel like if we don't keep the ball moving, then nothing will happen. So there's been a lot of effort invested already. And I'd like to hear from some closing statements from the feds, and then we can move on. I don't know if there are any other comments from the board at this point. Okay.
All right. So I didn't prepare any closing comments, but thank you for the opportunity just to say a couple of things. In the past presentations we made, we didn't have that opportunity. You're sitting back there going, I want to say something. I'll start by saying, again, I said this before, but the relationships are good. It gives me a lot of faith that we can move forward on improving and maintaining the water quality in the state of California. I know there's issues out there. We work really closely with CSERC, and I consider John Buckley a friend of mine. We've worked together for a long time in a very collaborative setting. So, and I know they have concerns, and I think in a collaborative manner, we can approach that. My main concern here is I feel like this is a highly regulatory approach in areas I don't think we need to have that high level regulation. Some areas we do, and we do want to permit. We do want to have water quality protection. I want to make sure that's clear. I didn't want to come across like we don't want this. We don't want exactly what's proposed, but we do want that coverage. And we worked for years, over a decade, I think, trying to get away from the 80, I think it was 82 MAA to permit. So we will continue with that either way. But I appreciate what Patrick says, but I would also ask the board to consider what Jason Jimenez says from the Tahoe. I mean, the Central Valley Board isn't the one that's doing this. They have to oversee their part of it, but the people on the ground, and I'm hearing from a lot of the forest supervisors, I'm an acting, but before this, all the forest supervisors, the word from them is like, we just can't do this. We won't be able to do this. And they're thinking of from the context of the wildfire crisis, the expectations from the chief, the expectations from the secretary, and really addressing the wildfire situation. So I think that's my main concern. We want to work together. We think we can come up with something. We actually feel like we offered some suggestions and they were considered, but many of them didn't make it into the permit. And I just don't think we're quite there yet. So, but respect the decision of the board, wherever you all land. We'll work together on this, and we'll make the relationship continue and be productive as we move forward. So thank you.
I will note that the time is up. The notice provided that it was a combined time for closing statement and presentation, but you can certainly ask leave of the board for additional time if you'd like.
Okay, may we have just a few more moments? Sure. Okay. So I did want to address a couple of things. One, I heard you say that BLM and Forest Service were involved with the training development. We heard that it was our Reading office. I reached out to our Reading office. Our Reading office has no understanding that they were ever involved with a training development. They said they were contacted regarding some trails. So I don't know we actually have no idea who you may have communicated with, but it was not any of us here in this room that have been involved with this from the very beginning. So the other thing, the other thing I just wanted to mention, and we have Stacy Smith here who can speak to it a little more eloquently, is that we have made quite a bit of in landscape management, inland management. We have made a lot of advances in this decade towards programmatic agreements and programmatic management and processes. And so I know that Stacy has some experience that she'd like to take just a moment to bring up as well.
Thank you. Stacy Smith, California Aquatic Program Lead. I did take the oath. Just to speak to programmatics, what have we learned since 2011 is key here. There's a lot of learning, and especially in development of programmatics. And I personally have been involved in multiple state, federal programmatic development, speaking to the California Fish and Wildlife and Waterboard California Enhancement Act. Also, the consistency determination for restoration, programmatic biological opinions, and NEPA. We have come a long way in developing these type of programmatic documents. And what I'm seeing here in a collaboration and coordination to create something that will turn into a community of practice and a program is lacking. And so ultimately, to bring together an opportunity to create a document that can span a document and trainings and compliance that can span those boundaries, whether we adopt a statewide or individual as we go, that they can communicate so that we can develop a community of practice. And so just consideration for what is different from 2011 is essentially that we have learned a lot, BLM and our partnerships, and we want to continue to grow those. And with that, leave it.
And thank you for hearing our comments. We really appreciate it. We appreciated the questions and the feedback. So thank you very much for your time.
And thank you guys for coming and presenting your side. I think if staff has any closing comments, Angela or Clint, nope. You good? Okay. Well, at that point, I know, Patrick, you want to make a recommendation? You kind of already did, but.
No, that is my recommendation. And again, I wanted to make sure that I got my comments in so that there could be a response. And I do, absolutely honor the fact that we've come a long way since 2011, and the state board has as well. I don't know what type of consideration they will give to working on a statewide order. I know they're similarly resource constrained, but we will absolutely participate in that dialogue as we work forward. And that includes all the other regional boards as well. I know the executive officers at the other regional boards are committed to that process as well.
Okay, well, thanks, everybody. I think at this point, we're going to close the hearing. And then if there's some deliberation that we want to have some discussion. Anybody? Yeah.
Severe wildfires across the state has prompted the U.S. Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management to commit to increasing the pace and scale of forest land management activities, as we've discussed today. And this is like all the more reason why our vote today to adopt waste discharge requirements for non-point source discharges related to activities conducted by them is so important. I appreciate the templates that our board would be making available for this permitting process because all agencies need to be on the same page. This would guarantee the same level of information is collected in water quality protection. We need to be consistent in the way we regulate non-point source discharges throughout our region. We need to make sure water quality is a priority and making plans to be more, while they are making plans to be more aggressive about forest management. So let's make sure water quality gets the consideration it deserves, and I'd be happy to go ahead and move the item.
Are there any other comments from board?
Yeah, my comments are, I heard the concerns from the federal agencies. And one of the things that kept standing out to me is why they did not support the staff's recommendations. And there were several reasons. I don't need to go into that anymore. It's already been said, but what I see is our staff has taken a proactive stance position on dealing with situations as it relates to the non-point source policies that we're trying to move forward and to get the Forestry Service and all the other parties to engage in what we see is going to help improve the water quality. So while I understand all of the concerns, I think we want to move things forward. I can't remember, maybe it was Patrick that said, we've had problems when we rolled out some of our other programs like the irrigated lands program, and there are problems with that. But over time, things did change. And this is something new that we're having to do. No more memorandum of understanding. We have to put ourselves into position to where we have things regulated, and those requirements are coming forth with this program. And I think that it's in our best interest to try to move forward in a proactive stand. We react so much to so many things, and my time on the board and dealing with the Forestry Service and the wildfires and stuff, it took a while for all the different agencies to come together in a collaborative fashion back in 2014, 15, so forth, to work together in a program. Prior to that, it was hit and miss and all kinds of things. So this is another one of those opportunities to bring all the parties together and look at what we're doing to address water quality, to deal with the different waterways and all of the things that pose an impact, the pesticides. And while I understand all of the concerns, I think since 2011, all the opportunities we've had, it's time to put something in concrete order how we move forward. And I think the staff's recommendations is that opportunity, and that's the position I would take at this time. Thank you very much.
Wow, I don't even know where to begin here. I think that the thing that I picked up today that was very impressive is the respect between the regional board and the federal agencies, and the fact that you can work together with, I guess it was the BEAR program, and after a catastrophic wildfire, during one. I mean, the regional board, and I think you all are working with everybody, and that's impressive. Having been through, like I said earlier, many catastrophic wildfires and seeing their impacts on families, on houses, on lives. I think a few things. One, I could go through the list of specific things, like why is it a 100-acre threshold instead of a 200-acre or 500-acre? There's a lot of specifics in this permit, but I don't think that wouldn't be productive here. Just go down through those. I would agree that pesticides is something that an herbicide use, mainly herbicide, I assume. It's regulated. It wouldn't be a hard thing to report all that information. You've already got it. The federal agencies already have that information under federal law. They know what they're applying and where and how much and so on. To provide that information and provide that monitoring seems to me important and pretty straightforward. The sediment issues are a whole other deal. I think the effect of a catastrophic fire on sediment loading it's amazing. I've seen it. You've all seen it. It's the amount. If you can't do that prescriptive work before, the damage can be it could take 100 years to restore from a big fire. And so I think the difference, I think, Patrick, in between this and an ag order is pretty substantial. There you've got companies that make a profit and they can pass that on to their consumer. If we regulate dairies, they might not be here anymore, but if they are here, they can raise the price of milk. Federal agencies, from my experience over the decades, keep losing money every year. They can't increase their budget. They can't increase how many staff they have. They have to go to Congress. And we all know where that's been going the last decades for the federal land agencies to get more money. So I don't think it quite works the same as regulating a private industry. I know it doesn't. I think on top of that, from my experience, the last 10 years in California, the tangents here are housing in federal agencies. I've watched in Lee Vining and Bridgeport, district rangers, they have not kept a district ranger for 10 years. They're all interim and acting. They come there, there's no place to live. After a year, they said, forget it, I'm not going to live in the middle of nowhere, and I can't buy a house because they're too expensive, or there isn't a house to even rent. And so they're stuck in a compound short term. I think they've got the Yosemite National Park has a 30% vacancy of permanent positions that all pay really good money with benefits because there's no housing. So I feel that these rural federal agencies have a problem which most of us don't have. I mean, you can find a house in Sacramento. Try finding one in Bridgeport or Lee Vining or Mariposa right now. It's almost impossible. So I think that's another thing we've got to look at. And I would agree, we can coordinate with other regions when you have a multi-region, but it takes time. How much staff time does it take to go meet with Lahontan or to meet with the North Coast? That means instead of going out and doing an inspection, right? You're in a meeting, another all-day meeting with another regional board trying to figure out a coordination strategy, and their board members are maybe telling them to be tougher, or whatever. And so it takes time, and time, I hate to say it, but time's money. And it's money that you don't have to do something else with in the government's case. It means you can't be working on another project or getting this permit because you're in these other meetings. Like the CSSRP, that's a whole federal program I have some familiarity with. And there's got to be a way to marriage that. It takes a lot of time from both staffs, from our staff and from the Forest Service. And then it just creates more tension and more appeals. We've got to figure out a way to work across agency lines just within California. And that's a message we need to send, I think, to the state board and the governor's office. This isn't just a water board. We have a water quality, but Fish and Wildlife has a concern. There's about toxic substance control has a concern on catastrophic fires. You've got all the resource agencies issues. Somehow we don't have the luxury of unlimited funds. We've got to figure out a way to work together and ensure this. I wrote an article in law school called "Only Congress Can Prevent Forest Fires." And it was an article I wrote given my background in forestry and those issues in environmental law. It was the conflicts between the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments and the federal agencies, specifically use of prescribed and natural fire, which was being prohibited by other congressional mandate. And said Congress has to make this call. And I really believe that's what has to happen now. We have a part, and we need to make the list of things to consider. But at some point, it's a much, much bigger problem than the water board or any one agency. And it lands back, in this case, for the federal agencies on Congress. They can't spend money they don't have. And they can't spend money for one program and another, or they might end up in court themselves as individuals for misappropriation of federal funds. They're very, very limited, much more than most state agencies or local governments, on how they can move funds around. And I understand that from prior work. So I don't know. I tend to agree that we need to do something. We need to put a marker out there. I agree with that. Ultimately, the state board has to deal with this issue along, and I feel very strongly they have to work with other state agencies to deal with this issue. They can't do it in isolation. That doesn't work. It's not preventing forests from burning up. We've got to work across agency barriers, which is the state of California's problem. I mean, the feds have that to a lesser extent, but the state, we have that, I think, on steroids, as I would like to say. So I don't know if there's a way. One thing I've thought about, can we adopt an order and immediately put it not enforce the order until the state board resolves the petition? That way we send a clear directive to the state board. They have something specific to look at. But I mean, otherwise the state board's going to hold it in abeyance. Can we hold it in abeyance if we adopt the order? We can do that. I've done that with many other ordinances in my lives.
I don't believe there's a legal mechanism to do that. And it certainly would be beyond the scope of what's contemplated in the CEQA document and the current permit.
Or put a 12-month delayed start date?
You can certainly make a motion, I think, at this point to renotice the permit for another time with that concept in it, because that's not a specific request that was made in a public comment. But we could here today take a vote and to direct the board to do just that. And that's what board staff would do, put a 12-month start date in, and we'd bring this back to you probably in April or June to adopt that as an amendment to the current permit. Make sure that all the CEQA work would be accommodated by that.
So the CEQA work you think would still be good in 12 months?
No, it would have to be re-reviewed to make sure that nothing would change.
Oh, geez. Because that's just a waste of money too, redoing CEQA.
Yeah, and it seems that if we move the compliance date back 12 months, what's the point of that unless something's going to change in the permit, and then we're right back to where we started. So, yeah.
We can modify the effective date. And just answering the question, we can modify the effective date. It would probably require renoticing the permit and re-reviewing the CEQA document.
I guess what I'm trying to contemplate is how do we send a message to our colleagues at the state level that we understand this is way more complex and there needs to be some more comprehensive approach taken. I mean, I could vote against it, I guess, and I'd make me feel better, but a lot of work's gone into this, and I think we need to send the markers. They need to have these markers. And then if they can modify it, they at least have language to look at. If we don't take any action, then there's nothing for the state board to try to come up with a comprehensive approach to, right?
There almost certainly will be a petition, and there are 2 existing petitions. And we heard testimony today that the state board is engaged with the federal agencies on resolution of those petitions. I think that's actually the biggest signal that we can make. I'll also note, you made some comments about internal state coordination. Clint actually represents the regional board and the state board in a few multi-agency task force that are essentially reporting to the highest levels of state government, including California State Senate and the governor's office, on implementation of things like the wildfire mitigation plan and others. So there's an incredible amount of coordination happening between the state and regional boards and CNRA, CAL FIRE, and federal agencies as well. So you've mentioned Patrick Wright, Clint sits on at least one task force with Patrick, and there are multiple others that we actively participate in to coordinate these response efforts. Veg management is one, wildfire mitigation is one, CAL FIRE proposals is another. And timber.
I get that. I understand that. And that's great.
Yeah.
But that doesn't go to the real issue of staffing and money and where is it best spent and how do we keep from taking the federal agencies' small budgets, relatively small compared to us in California, and effectively using it because we're putting more burden on them. But it's not just us, it's all the state agencies. And nobody's really, I don't think, looking at that. How can we effectively work as state agencies together?
I would say, at least with wildfire mitigation, respectfully, that is exactly what the task forces are looking at.
No, I'm aware of that program, and it's good.
Yeah, I will say this is extremely frustrating as a decision maker. I got appointed by the governor to make decisions, not to pass bucks. And this is a less than optimal position to be in. We have the state board that has directed us to make a decision. And now we have our federal agency partners asking us not to make a decision. I agree with Art and everybody that's spoken here. I feel that with all due respect to the federal agencies, I hear you. I agree with Art on the limited funding, all the aspects that have been conveyed from the dais. But you have two orders on petition with the state board. In my opinion, that is the best vehicle to push a coordinated effort with the state board, because frankly, they need to be the ones that make this decision. And 15 years ago, they pushed it down to us. And so I'm certainly not for a fragmented regulatory program, obviously. So I am going to reluctantly support, approving of the order, knowing that my decision is a procedural one and not one that actually is one that will be implemented or even considered to be implemented by the federal agencies. So I do take some of the testimony relative to the risks that folks would be exposed to on the ground fighting fires. I do take that very seriously. Wildfire risk in our state and frankly in the world is a huge problem with climate change, and will continue to be so. And certainly I'm not advocating for reallocating resources to filling out reports rather than fighting fires or doing all the work, obviously, to engage in fuel management, et cetera. So with that, I will reluctantly second the motion to approve the order. This is just very frustrating.
Yeah, and I guess my last 2 cents, I mean, so much effort has gone into this to this date. The feds do want a permit and maybe not this permit, and down the road, there might be amendments made to the permit. But I think we do need to get something in place in anticipation that there will be a petition for this. And, frankly, I encourage it, because whether or not the state board feels the heat or not, I think the more petitions on their desk, the better, to maybe get some progress and get maybe some other people involved even. So, I also want to acknowledge the federal agencies that came here today and the points you made. Definitely appreciate the conundrum you're in with staffing and resourcing and pace and scale. And we hopefully won't be adding to the burden in the near term. But even if we don't punt this decision down the road, I doubt that there'll be a lot of enforcement over the next year if a petition is filed. And finally, Stacy, you mentioned the progress has been made internally since 2011, and that's admirable. The collaboration is admirable. But self-regulation by any entity is kind of, it's not what our mission is on the board. We need some kind of a permit in place, and the MOU isn't adequate, obviously. So I'm also reluctant on this thing. It's a very complicated issue, but I don't want to stop I don't want to encourage any more inertia on this. So with that said, I think we need to move ahead for a vote. We have a motion and a second.
I have one quick, I don't know if it's an amendment or just for discussion. I think I could support the motion. Like I said, we have to have a marker. We have to have something out there, but I would like to somehow send a preamble it's not part of the order of a permit, but we've got to specifically let the state board know that we have many concerns about conflicting permits, the amount of staff time it takes among various regions to meet, to try to mediate out these boundary disputes, working with other agencies. I think we've got to somehow send that message as a board to the state board saying, look, we'll adopt this. This is a marker. We're trying to do our job, but we really feel strongly that the state board needs to take leadership and not force us to our staff to spend time working with other regions when if you had the same order, the same protocol, they wouldn't have to. And then they could spend time in the field in their specific regions making sure things are working or helping the federal agencies do the appropriate BMPs. But I think we need to send that message somehow. And I don't know, it wouldn't be part of this order. I understand that.
I would propose, in that vein. So Nick, Art, you are both on the petitions group, and we could, and possibly for the review of the board at some future board meeting, the petition process isn't quick, as we all know. But, should a petition get filed, which I imagine it would be. We could author a letter to the State Water Board that I am almost certain would gain some traction, basically spelling out what we have just spelled out here. That would be open and would be a public letter. Would certainly commit to working with you on that, because I too, it is one of those areas where I absolutely understand the concerns that were brought forward by just about every commenter, and I wish I had some better answers for some of them. And we were given the direction. The statewide permit was put on the table. It was a long time ago. It was a very, very different state board at the time. But we have the opportunity after adopting this order to certainly keep working in that direction and say maybe we can borrow the best parts from all three of the regional board orders and make something that is a little bit more consistent at the state. And certainly that is the state board's prerogative to do that, potentially through the petition process or by initiating its own revision of the general order. There's absolutely something that could be done.
I appreciate the comment Art made. So we would take action on this item and then subsequently follow up with a letter.
Yes.
Okay.
We could do that.
Yeah, I think I've talked to some of my colleagues and friends on the state board. I said, you realize we are all appointed by the same governor they are. And our job is to help I see my job as helping the governor implement policies and directions that this administration wants to see, and taking that philosophic approach. Granted, we're an independent, this is a quasi-judiciary hearing, but I think, so I have no problem. I think we have just as much standing as I did when I was on the state board. I was appointed by the same governor as the regional boards then. And I think we need, as peer-to-peer, we need to let them.
I absolutely agree. I would also potentially, and this is Clint whispering, but this could absolutely be something that could be addressed in a public forum at WQCC as well. We're currently looking at 3 of the 9 regional boards, and I think by area it's just the 3 biggest regional boards have adopted permits to regulate very similar activities. There are regional differences to those permits. And all 3 of us have heard significant concerns from federal agencies about, this permitting approach, which the state board set us on course for. I think that would be something that should be vetted at WQCC, or some other forum. And certainly we could work at the letter and get that out and set the platform for future discussions. And I will note, because Bailey's elbowing me too, that because there are 2 items up for consideration, certification of the EIR and adoption of the permit. If you choose to adopt that, there is a slightly different vote than we usually do on most of these matters.
So does that mean the motion needs to be amended to include both
or just separate
Yeah,
motions?
two separate motions.
Yeah.
The first, the certification of the EIR, which is the adoption of the resolution certifying the EIR.
So I will make that motion.
So, yeah, do you want to make the motion to start with for the
For the certification of the
the
EIR.
certification of the EIR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move to approve the resolution certifying the final EIR.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for the certification of the EIR. Mindy, you want to take the roll?
Board Member Kadara.
Yes.
Board Member Lee Ritter.
Aye.
Board Member Baggett.
Aye.
Vice Chair Abdus.
Aye.
Chair Bradford.
Yes. So now we need another motion and a second to adopt the order for the waste discharge requirements.
I think there was you already did.
I did, I'll repeat it. Okay, motion to adopt the waste discharge requirements order for non-point source discharges related to activities conducted by the U.S. Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management.
I will second with the understanding that I don't think we need to formalize what Art said relative to the letter that will be sent independently to the state board.
We will take care of that.
Mindy, you want to call the roll?
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Board Member Baggett,
Aye.
Vice Chair Avdis,
Aye.
Chair Bradford.
Yes. And I also support the letter concept and WQCC. I think any forum we can get this in that highlights the importance of it would be appropriate. So
Is that something that can go, as you move this process forward, that letter can be accommodating with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
okay, thank you, everybody. That was a long haul, but I think it was worth discussing in detail. So thank you. Okay. We have another big item to discuss, which is consideration of a resolution to adopt the triennial review of the water quality control plans for the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River basins and the Tulare Lake Basin. This is the time and place for a hearing to consider adoption of a resolution approving the triennial review of the water quality control plans for the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River basins and the Tulare Lake Basin. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. If you are a person in the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out the blue card at the reception table and give it to a staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. A timer will be used. Council, are there any legal issues to discuss?
Yes, just an initial awareness for the full board. We did receive a late comment. I think actually that was submitted to all the board members in late November. The ruling was to not accept that late comment, but with the offer to provide an opportunity for oral comment for a full 15 minutes, and that's for the Ecological Rights Foundation. And then the second point, we did receive a written late comment today, but I just wanted to ask Jean whether Sam Davidson of Trout Unlimited is online.
Do not see him.
So the commenter had indicated that he was going to appear today in person to speak to the ONRW project in support of it.
I'm sorry, there is someone under Trout Unlimited? Is that the one?
Yep.
We have a few commenters who are speaking in support of the ONRW project. So one of them was unable to submit a written comment to the board to consider. So it's at the board's pleasure whether it would choose to admit that written comment at this late stage. We do have other commenters to speak on that point. We did get written comments timely, and with the understanding that the previous written comment that was submitted at the end of November was not admitted.
Well, yeah, given that precedent, I don't think we would accept the written comments, but we could certainly hear from the commenter today.
Trout Unlimited has their hand up. You may address the board.
Hi, Sam Davidson here with Trout Unlimited. Just wanted to affirm that I am on online here, and I'm beg the board's pardon. I have the flu today right now, so I'm a little. But I'm willing to make comments at such time as that's appropriate. If that works for everyone.
Oh, that works. Thank you so much for verifying that. I hope you get over the flu quickly, and we will keep the line open. You don't need to start the timer just yet. We will do the staff presentation first. Thanks so much.
Okay, we're starting it.
All right.
There you go, Mason.
Thanks, Gene. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Chair Bradford and board members. My name is Mason Gotti, and I'm an environmental scientist here in the TMDL and Delta Program Unit. I am joined today by my unit senior, Jessica Rader, as well as the Basin Planning Program Manager, Meredith Howard. Today, we are conducting a hearing for the triennial review of both of the Central Valley Region's water basin plans, excuse me. I will present a brief overview of the basin plans, the triennial review process, an overview of the work conducted to develop the proposed 2024 triennial review work plan, and then the presentation with staff recommendations. The goal for today is to obtain input from you and the public on the proposed work plan and present for your consideration a resolution to adopt the 2024 triennial review work plan. The California Water Code requires the water boards to adopt water quality control plans, also known as basin plans. Basin plans identify the beneficial uses of the water bodies in the region, establish the water quality objectives that protect those beneficial uses, include implementation plans that describe the actions necessary to achieve the water quality objectives, and lastly, describe surveillance and monitoring to determine regulatory compliance. This map depicts the two basin plan jurisdictions throughout the Central Valley region. The region is unique as it is governed by two basin plans, the Sacramento and San Joaquin River Basin Plan and the Tulare Lake Basin Plan, both of which are included in the 2024 triennial review. Now I'll move into an overview of the triennial review process. Federal law requires the Central Valley Water Board to review the water quality standards and policies contained in the basin plans every 3 years. This process is aptly referred to as the triennial review. The triennial review is a public process that solicits public input on water quality concerns that may be addressed through basin plan amendments. Based on public, tribal, and board input, existing basin plan commitments, and ongoing projects, staff identify and prioritize basin planning activities and a work plan for board consideration. The board adopted triennial review work plan, then informs basin planning efforts over the next 3 years, depending on the board's program priorities, resources, and other mandates and commitments. It is important to note that the triennial review does not amend the basin plans, nor does it include consideration of waste discharge requirements, waivers of waste discharge requirements, and PDS permits, or other permitting or enforcement matters. Each triennial review begins with a solicitation period where the board asks the public and the tribes to comment on water quality issues or concerns that may need to address through basin plan amendments. Staff initiated the 2024 triennial review on January 5th, 2024, with a 45-day solicitation comment period. After compiling and reviewing the comments, staff developed a draft work plan that was released on June 26th. The release of the draft work plan kicked off a 30-day comment period. Staff also held a staff workshop to present the draft and receive oral comments. Staff revised the work plan based on both written and verbal comments received, and the resulting version is the proposed work plan that we are presenting for adoption today. On October 23rd, staff released a notice of public hearing and made available the proposed work plan and latest response to comments on the basin planning webpage. The triennial review work plan includes a list of ranked projects that inform the board's basin planning efforts over a 3-year period, in this case, 2025 to 2027. To evaluate projects, board staff developed 7 prioritization criteria during the 2018 triennial review, which has been used for all subsequent triennial reviews, including this 2024 review. The criteria are applied to projects to determine a project's rank. The criteria are applied to all projects except for projects that have been assigned to ranks 1 and 2, or projects being recommended for removal. Prioritization criteria are a framework to guide the consideration of projects. Several example criteria include tribal interests, water recycling, special stakeholder needs, climate change, and 303D listed impairment or threat of impairment. The 7 prioritization criteria are described in full in Table 1 of the proposed work plan. As mentioned previously, to further organize the projects, staff rank the projects based on board commitments and directives, as well as the prioritization criteria. The majority of the basin planning projects fall into ranks 1 through 3. The ranking system can be found on Table 2 of the proposed work plan, and a list of projects in each rank can be found in Tables 5A and 5B. Rank 1 projects are projects that have a legally enforceable regulatory commitment to complete, board adopted efforts, or board resolutions directing staff to prioritize. For the 2024 triennial review, there are currently 8 projects in rank 1. As I'll explain, these include high priority commitments like CV salts and tribal beneficial uses. Rank 2 projects are board directed special status projects that have not already been identified as rank 1. Staff are not currently recommending any projects for this rank because of the number of priority projects in rank 1 that are already receiving a significant fraction of resources. The board has discretion to move any project into rank 2 and can do so during this hearing. Projects in rank 3 are the highest rank based on the prioritization criteria, as these projects meet 3 or more criteria. There are currently 13 projects in rank 3. Rank 4 is for projects that meet at least 2 of the criteria, and there are currently 6 projects in rank 4. Lastly, projects that only qualify for 1 criterion fall under rank 5, and there are currently 5 projects under this rank. Now that we have described the ranking system, here's an overview of the priority projects that staff are currently working on. These are the board's highest priority projects based on existing legal commitments, board adopted efforts, or board resolutions. CV salts and other pollutant control programs such as the Delta Mercury, Clear Lake Nutrients, and pyrethroid control programs, as well as tribal beneficial use designations, have been in the triennial review for many cycles and therefore have been staff highest priority projects for many years. The implementation of racial equity goals is a new commitment based on a board adopted resolution since the 2021 triennial review. Most staff resources are consumed by these priority projects and will be for at least the coming fiscal year. Now let's talk about the 2024 triennial review. The following slides will be used to inform you of the work that staff have conducted to develop the work plan from the 2021 triennial review. Over the course of the triennial review, board staff have conducted outreach to interested persons in the Central Valley region. At the onset of the triennial review, staff met with the Region 5 Tribal Coordinator, Adriana Ross, for guidance on how to engage with disadvantaged communities and tribes. Staff also coordinated with Tribal Beneficial Uses staff, Lauren Lelis and Sajan Figura, to distribute the notices. The notices were distributed through the triennial review subscription list to 140 tribes, 61 environmental justice groups, and around 1,200 total subscribers. Staff distributed the notice in both English and Spanish and offered language services for the staff workshop and this hearing. Staff hosted a hybrid staff workshop on July 8th in the Rancho Cordova office and via Microsoft Teams to receive oral comments. At the workshop, staff presented a background of the basin plans in the triennial review, the triennial review process, and revisions made to the work plan since the 2021 review. Board staff also met with any interested persons that requested an individual meeting. Staff initiated the 2024 triennial review on January 5th, 2024, with a 45-day solicitation comment period. Staff reviewed and prepared responses to all submitted comments, which were used to develop the 2024 triennial review draft work plan. A 30-day public comment period on the draft work plan started on June 26th. Board staff received 16 written comment letters with a total of 43 individual comments over both comment periods. The fact sheets in Appendix 1 list commenters for each project. Staff received comments from a variety of stakeholders on a variety of issues impacting water quality. Board staff reviewed and prepared responses to all submitted comments, which were used to develop the proposed 2024 triennial review work plan. Now that we have discussed the development of the proposed work plan, we will provide an overview of the proposed work plan, of the proposed 2024 triennial review projects list. The 2024 triennial review work plan includes a review of the basin plan amendments since the 2021 triennial review, an overview of the proposed projects, and project prioritization and ranking. A total of 34 projects were identified between the two basin plans. 16 projects that address water quality at a regional level, 16 in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins, and 2 for the Tulare Lake Basin. Staff are recommending removal of 2 projects, which we will discuss on the following 2 slides. Board staff are recommending to remove Project 13 from the 2024 Triennial Review project list. Through permit implementation of the site-specific ammonia criteria provided in the January 2020 criteria recalculation report with adjustments by US EPA to protect aquatic life beneficial uses, staff believe that Project 13 is now complete. Staff also are recommending to remove Project 14 from the 2024 Triennial Review project list. Project 14 has historically been included in the Triennial Review to satisfy applicable federal regulation, which requires state to provide an explanation for why they are not adopting new or revised criteria pursuant to US EPA's new or updated Clean Water Act recommended criteria. During the 2024 solicitation period, US EPA Region 9 submitted a comment letter indicating that the Project 14 fact sheet did not sufficiently address applicable federal regulation. Board staff met with US EPA Region 9 staff and determined that language satisfying this regulation should be incorporated into the body of the work plan rather than a standalone project. In coordination with US EPA, staff developed language addressing the federal regulation and included it into the introduction section of their proposed work plan. Based on this new approach, board staff proposed to remove Project 14. These are the new projects developed through the 2024 Triennial Review. Project 30 was included as an unranked project in the 2021 Triennial Review. During the 2024 Triennial Review development, staff applied relevant prioritization criteria and assigned Project 30 to rank 3. One new project we would like to highlight is Project 31, as it represents the implementation of racial equity goals. In December of 2022, the Central Valley Water Board adopted its racial equity resolution, accepting responsibility for confronting structural and institutional racism and advancing racial equity. The resolution established racial equity goals for all Central Valley Water Board programs. One of the Basin Planning and TMDL program's goals was to propose, as part of the Triennial Review, a project to update the basin plans to add references to the California Communities Health Screening Tool and State Water Board's Racial Equity Resolution. Per the resolution, staff developed Project 31, which would identify and update the relevant sections of the basin plans to include references to available tools for identifying at disadvantaged communities, as well as the State Water Board and Central Valley Water Board's racial equity resolutions. This project is rank 1 because it is required by an existing board resolution. In response to the comments received, staff made several types of revisions to projects, including adding recommended prioritization criteria, which in some cases led to changes in project ranks. For example, Project 33 was elevated to rank 3 based on an additional prioritization criterion recommended by Santa Rosa Rancheria during the staff workshop. Staff also elevated projects 1, 2, and 27 to rank 1 based on adopted board resolutions. Additionally, staff revised the scope, made editorial changes, and added clarifying language to select projects based on public comments. These are the topics that the 8 projects in rank 1 focus on. These rank 1 projects are based on existing board commitments. As discussed earlier in the presentation, example existing pollution control programs commitments include CV salts, the Delta Mercury Control Program, and the Pyrethroid Control Program. The tribal beneficial uses, environmental justice, and racial equity projects are based on direction from the board through the racial equity resolution and the board strategic plan. As there are no recommendations for rank 2, we will move into an overview of rank 3 projects. These are the topics that the 13 projects that qualify for rank 3 focus on. Rank 3 is the highest rank attainable through the prioritization criteria. Rank 3 projects include beneficial use evaluation designations, control program development, and criteria and objectives. Projects within this rank are assigned resources through the annual portfolio management process. However, resources in rank 3 for rank 3 projects will be limited as the majority of staff time will be consumed by rank 1 projects, though with some exceptions such as oil field de-designation, which is project 4, the evaluation of selenium criteria, project 25, and temperature criteria and objectives, project 11. These are the topics that the rank 4 and 5 projects focus on. There are currently 6 projects in rank 4 and 5 projects in rank 5. At this time, there are insufficient staff resources to address rank 4 and rank 5 projects. However, as outlined in the work plan, resources may be allocated to these lower ranked projects as higher ranked projects are completed and/or additional staff resources become available. A full list of the projects can be found in Table 5B of the proposed work plan, and project descriptions can be found in the corresponding fact sheets in Appendix 1. Staff initiated 2 minor late clerical revisions to the work plan and adopting resolution, which were provided to you at the beginning of this hearing. The late revisions were also made available on the board's meeting notice and agenda item webpage. Staff were notified of an inconsistency in the title of Project 9 and responded by amending the title to better align with the project description in the fact sheet. Separately, staff modified the resolution adopting the 2021 triennial review to develop the 2024 triennial review adopting resolution. Prior to posting, staff overlooked a reference to the addendum from the 2021 triennial review, and this late revision removes that reference from the current adopting resolution. Now let's talk about the next steps in the triennial review and staff recommendations for the board. We are currently in the board hearing phase of the triennial review. If the board adopts the work plan today, we will then submit it to US EPA. Following board adoption of the work plan, management will prioritize basin planning resources as part of the annual portfolio management work planning process to implement the projects. However, as discussed during the executive officer's report and earlier in this presentation, staff anticipate that for at least the coming fiscal year, the majority of staff resources will be consumed by existing commitments with exceptions for rank 3 efforts. So that concludes our presentation on the 2024 triennial review. Staff recommend that the board adopt the resolution approving the 2024 triennial review work plan with late revisions as proposed today. I would like to thank the board for your attention and move into any comments or questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. It was a good summary. I don't know if the board has any questions. I personally don't. So I guess there may be some interested persons who want to speak.
We have Gregory Wolfen representing the Pitt River Tribe here in person.
Chimisamani, greetings. My name is Gregory Feather Wolfen. I'm Isi Maui and a citizen of the Pitt River Nation. I also serve as the environmental director for the Pitt River Tribe. So I'm here representing the tribe, also working alongside the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center and Trouts Unlimited for the Medicine Lake and Fall River Valley proposal. And what we're requesting is for the project to be a rank prioritization 2 ranking. So if you haven't been up to this area, the Medicine Lake Highlands it's a unique functioning system. It's not only a beautiful landscape, but hosts an array of flora and fauna. These beautiful, or apologize, this high elevation forests are supported by the annual snowfall and precipitation that's collected through the Medicine Lake Highlands. This lake ultimately supports the aquifer and cascading spring system that flows into the Fall River Valley. And so the Fall River Valley is the largest spring system in the West. And it's a cold water habitat that supports an array of species, ecosystems, and habitat. The extraordinary quality and volume of water in this area absorbs, filters, and stores are vital to the Pure River Nation, state of California, fish and wildlife, and other human interests, including downstream beneficial uses, so mutual beneficial uses of this flow of water. Moreover, an ONRW designation for this resource area would help satisfy the Water Board's goals and requirements related to Project 2, TPUs that was expressed earlier, and represent a major contribution to California's statutory requirements to safeguard biodiversity and boost landscape and watershed resilience to climate change by durably protecting 30% of our state's lands, waters by the year 2030, hence the 3030 initiative. We, the Pure River Tribe, partners, stakeholders, citizens, and a board, we feel that with this prioritization, this would support this 3030 initiative and ensure that the few remaining freshwater resources in these areas continue to provide cold, clean water, and that essential to traditional and cultural heritage. The designation would protect the source water for California's largest spring creek, support cold water habitat for the many species that depend on it, including a unique population of native rainbow trout that has evolved there. And so what's interesting is this rainbow trout that spawns twice a year instead of once. And so we don't know if that's from this cold water habitat or through adaptation of many, many years, but Pure River people have depended on these accessibility of these salmonids since time immemorial, even into this very day, as well as it's a world-renowned salmonid fishery, and there's economies and there's small businesses and recreation that depends on people going to this area to recreate. So I also want to point out that the TBUs do and would ultimately parallel an ONRW designation. And so with the Pit River Tribe and Pit River people, we are tied to this area through epistemologies and ontologies, which detail relationships, innate spiritual relationships to the Medicine Lake Highlands. We have narratives that really define on how an individual would act or be when within this area. And so some of these practices that have been passed on, we inhale the water through vaporization, through sweat ceremonies, as well as consumption of the water and immersion. So if you think of like a type of baptism, right? And so it's been explained that we have a protocol to be able to dip our babies or infants into the water for good luck, fortune, blessings, etc. So my wife and I have done this practice with all 4 of our children, and with hopes that they would carry on this culture and this tradition as well for their children, so on and so forth. So we appreciate this opportunity to comment and thank the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board for including the project. And so we like to reaffirm for the consideration of the ONRW designation for Medicine Lake, Volcanic Basin, and Fall River Springs as a ranked project for the draft work plan. And we respectfully but strongly urge you to elevate the proposed project to rank 2. And so we are currently working on baseline data collection, working with Trouts Unlimited. We've compiled, I think, 3 years worth of data, and we have enough funding for another 2 or 3 years going forward. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Gregory. So just a question, is Medicine Lake Highlands not ranked at all now? Is that what I understand?
It's the highest of the ranked sites, but it's absolutely board's prerogative to essentially have, board's choice. You can override the ranking system and just say this one is special. Let's pull it up from rank 3, which is kind of as high as you can get under the ranking criteria, and put it into rank 2, which is, the first one we will get to when we've finished the rank 1 existing commitment project. So absolutely up to your discretion. I probably urge you to listen to all the commenters, before making that decision, but it is totally up to you if you want to elevate one of those projects moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
We have Brandy McDaniels who'd like to
Hi there.
address.
Are you ready for me?
We hear you, yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Is that a go? Okay. Chumisanwi, greetings. My name is Brandy McDaniels. I am a citizen of the Pitt River Nation. I hail from one of the 11 autonomous bands of the Pitt River that have lived along the Pitt River since time immemorial. I come from the Medici band. Our tribal government consists of representatives from each one of those 11 autonomous bands, and they have designated me as the Satitla National Monument lead for our people. And so I'm coming and speaking in that capacity, but also on behalf of the overall Medicine Lake Volcanic Basin and Fall River hydrologic resource area and its importance to our people. I want to say that this area is if we can't get number 1, and because we've been on your radar, rank number 1, I guess I'll take number 2, but absolutely should be number 1. Because of the drinking water that it provides to millions of people in California, this pure water resource. And also that it is an emergency to us. These waters are under threat, currently under threat, and continue to have threats against them. And I also want to make clear that the Satitlan National Monument does the footprint of the monument that we're working on right now, while the footprint helps to protect the headwater of a headwater of California, it does not include all of these the waters that need to be protected, as Gregory was talking about, the largest spring-fed river system in all of California, the Fall River, and these waters are pure waters and of high quality. And then we're having proposals, and people want to do stuff like the site's reservoir for more water, but we're not looking at protecting these pure water resources that we already have that are currently under threat. So action needs to be taken sooner than later. These are tribal beneficial use areas. Gregory told you some of the ways in which we use these waters, and I'm talking about these waters weave all the way down into the San Francisco Bay, and they get aqueducted to the furthest reaches of California as well. And these are tribal lands too, and tribal folks that are relying on these waters. We're socioeconomically suppressed people and area, and that involves the environmental justice and racial equity component to the need to really address this and give this a higher priority and ranking. These are world-renowned fisheries, and it costs less to preserve than to clean up pollution. So please take that into consideration. The situation in the world is dire. I just got back from COP16 over in Cali, Colombia, and our situation is dire, and we have to do all we can to protect intact buffers to climate change. And I know that's we have the governor's backing in that, and we also have the whole legislature of California with Senate Joint Resolution 17 that supported us in the Satitla National Monument, telling President Biden to protect this important headwaters of California. This has been identified as a pathway of 30 by 30. This is a really easy way for you guys to help, in our efforts to mitigate climate change. So we really need to get this prioritized and ranked to a higher level. With that, we are looking for that outstanding national resource water designation for this area. As you know, it's only been done twice in California. Unbelievable because we're huge, right? It's only been done with Lake Tahoe and Mono Lake, right? But we know we need to do more and we need to do it faster. Please, if you're not familiar with this area, I'm willing to take you take you out there and show you how wonderful and important this place is. We drink these waters in ceremony. We drink these waters without filtration, and a lot of people can't say that, right? For their waters and where they live. And so it's very vital that we keep it that way. There's a lot more I could say about that, but I hope I am conveying the importance of the protection that needs to be done for these really important waters for our tribal people, our region, and the state as a whole. I say the world as a whole, as a natural buffer to climate change. And
Okay, I'd like to thank you for your
Stacey, what I-
comments. We're kind of out of
Yeah.
time here, but appreciate your input and kind of elaborating on what Gregory had to say. So thank you very much. And we'll move on if there's another commenter.
Next, we have Michelle Berdichevsky from Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center.
Michelle, I don't see you on the list. There's someone with the title iPhone. Could you raise your hand if that's you? Next on the list was Nick Jolson. I'm sorry,
Nick
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn, and Nick has requested 5 minutes.
Okay, Nick, you can go ahead. Try to keep it a little under 5 if you can, so we can keep moving, but thank you.
I hope to. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon, board and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on agenda item 10, your trial and review of the Sacramento River Basin Plan. The bottom of the Waterboards website, it reads, water is a precious resource in California and maintaining its quality is of utmost importance and to safeguard the health of the public and the environment. Quick personal story about my connection to Medicine Lake. My family are cattle ranchers, got here in 1854, have property on the north side of Mount Shasta near Medicine Lake. It's the only place I ever saw my grandpa stop, eat a sandwich, and just sit and stare off at the lake in total peace. And so when I got my geology degree, I chose Medicine Lake for my field area. And it was then that I noticed the wellheads of geothermal development. My advisor told me about a small environmental group that was working to protect the area. Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center, turns out I would end up working for almost 30 years later. At that time, the motto was Save Medicine Lake, and it actually still is relatively the motto. We've been very pleased to work closely with staff regarding the Medicine Lake Highlands. Over our nearly 30 years of collaboration with the Pitt River Nation has led to several strategies to achieve durable and meaningful protection of their sacred places that are also extremely important source water areas for the state of California. As you likely heard, we've been working with a broad coalition of stakeholders to ask President Biden to dedicate 206,000 acres around Medicine Lake Highlands as a national monument called Satitla. The campaign has garnered broad and sweeping support, and at a USDA listening session last Saturday in Weed, California, with nearly 500 people in attendance, including tribal members from many of the region's tribal nations. We had 106 people speak, 90% of whom were in favor of the proposal. We remain focused with continued outreach and dialogue with upper level staff in the Biden administration, yet we also know that a monument designation will not on its own give the level of protection that this area needs. We do hope that it will put an end to geothermal exploration and give closure to a 20+ year lawsuit where the Ecology Center and Pitt River Nation are plaintiffs against Calpine. We could then at least know that the area would never be targeted for geothermal development and the associated pollution risks related to drilling through the water-bearing aquifer to access the basement rock formations. I've been lucky enough to be participating in water quality sampling with Pit River tribal members for the last 2 years. What we have found shows what the Pit River people have known since time immemorial. The lake water, as well as the springs that emanate in and around the caldera, are of exceptional quality. We believe this exceptional quality should be protected from any degradation. That's why we've worked with staff, your staff, to investigate the use of the outstanding National Resource Waters designation to provide anti-degradation protection to Medicine Lake and the Fall River Spring System. We appreciate the prioritization that staff has given this project, and we're here today to continue to urge the board to direct staff to move with expediency towards this designation. It's our belief that it's easier to protect this region from degradation than it would be to remediate this region were pollution to occur. We also understand the challenges that staff faces throughout the state when considering the ONRW designation. This designation has not been used in decades, and so much of the process required and the knowledge base is gone from our regulatory agencies. The time we are in now greatly incentivizes our resolve to achieve these large landscape protections to achieve our 30 by 30 goals. I'm urging this board to consider this opportunity to be part of one of the most important designations that water boards could use to ensure that future generations of Californians have access to lands and waters that have not been degraded by industry. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Nick.
Do we have Sam Davidson from Trout Unlimited on the line, Gene?
You do.
Okay.
Very good.
Hi. Begging the board's indulgence for any hacking and snuffling that may accompany my remarks. I greet you all. Sam Davidson here. I am Trout Unlimited's Public Lands Policy Director for California. And as Feather and Brandy referenced, TU has been working closely with the Pit River Tribe and the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center to bring forward the petition for ONRW designation for the Medicine Lake Volcanic Basin and Fall River Hydrologic Resource Area that you have before you now. I join our partners in this effort in urging you to elevate this critical project to rank 2 status in the Basin Work Plan. I'd like to focus my remarks on the implications of this designation for protecting California's exceptional biodiversity. We have the greatest variety of ecosystems, habitat types, and flora and fauna of any state. We also have the second highest number of native species of trout and salmon, the salmonid family of fishes, of any state other than Alaska. As the board is likely aware, salmonids are highly sensitive to water quality and temperature, which is just one reason why we need to do more now to better protect our remaining productive cold water habitats. I am TU's representative to a statewide coalition of tribes, NGOs, and community representatives working to help California achieve its 30 by 30 goal. ONRW designation for the Medicine Lake Volcanic Basin and Fall River Springs would make a major contribution to safeguarding biodiversity and boosting landscape and watershed resilience in this state. And it would better protect, not to put too fine a point on it, but for our organization, it would better protect the source waters for California's largest spring creek, a famous trophy trout fishery, and a unique population of native rainbow trout that has evolved in the Fall River due to the exceptional water quality and distinct chemistry of this water body, which I'm not aware of anywhere else. This population has evolved 2 different spawning seasons. In a time where we are losing so much of our freshwater resources every day to the rapidly warming climate and impacts that are intensifying from it, such as prolonged drought, here we have an opportunity to save some of what remains in such good condition that it does not need to have pollution remediated or its quality restored, and not just a little bit of water either. Some studies suggest this amazing water resource area holds as much water as is stored in California's 200 largest surface reservoirs. California's strategic plan for achieving 30 by 30, called the Pathways to 30 by 30 report, explicitly calls out ONRW designations as a priority tool for helping the state achieve its 30 by 30 goals. But we have precious little time to do that, only 6 years. And to ensure those few remaining freshwater resource areas that continue to provide cold, not yet degraded water at scale for fish, wildlife, and people, and that are essential for unique fishing opportunities and traditional cultural heritage and practice, are safeguarded. ONRW designation for the Medicine Lake Volcanic Basin of Fall River Springs Hydrologic Resource Area should be a rank 2 project in the current plan. And I would just add at the end that, as has been mentioned, there's a proposal right now to designate the Medicine Lake Highlands as a national monument. While there has been some progress made toward that designation this year, it's very much uncertain as to whether President Biden will establish this monument before he leaves office. Moreover, while national monument designation would better protect surface and subsurface resources from development, and ecological, cultural, and sporting values that depend on them, is not a water quality designation. The state of California has acted affirmatively to permanently protect unique water quality in 2 other iconic water resource areas, Lake Tahoe and Mono Lake, through ONRW designation, even though these water bodies also have some level of federal protection for their physical features and biological and recreational values.
Excuse me, sir, your time is up. If you could wrap it up, please.
I can't. Yes, I just say the last thing I'd like to say is that ONRW designation for the Medicine Lake Highlands would be additive and complementary, not duplicative, for national monument designation here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others, Mindy?
I believe we have Matt Clifford, also from Trout Unlimited, if he's on the line.
Matt, you can unmute.
Yeah, I think my on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. I will
Great.
ask you to keep your comments to the 3-minute limit if we can. Thank you.
I absolutely will. I will commit to that. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Matt Clifford. I'm the state director of Trout Unlimited. And to be honest, I'm here in part because we didn't know if Sam would be able to speak for us or not, given his conditions. So I'm gonna be quite brief. I'm gonna limit my comments to a few process points because we've been doing a fair amount of research here and around in our sister states about this tool, about RWs, and have a bit of experience with them. I just want to first point I would make, if there's any doubt that the regional boards have the ability, the legal authority to make this designation. That's something that has been questioned in other contexts, but we have memos in the record from counsel for the state board going back to the 80s and 90s, making that point very clear. So the regional board can do this as part of this triennial review process specifically. That's not in doubt. Second, I just want to give a heads up. We actually are moving forward in a couple other regions as well. The Region 1 is currently considering, as part of the triennial review process, they're moving forward with a similar project over there to designate a couple of tributaries of the South Fork Eel as ONRWs right now. And I know, to make my third point, I know that resources are definitely a limiting factor in considering these projects. In Region 1, we have an arrangement that we and partners have made with the regional board to contribute, so through our own funding, some resources, some consultants, some professional time to gather information and do some analysis to form the substitute environmental document that they have to prepare for these for that designation. And so, to kind of lighten the load on staff and things like that are the kind of things we would be willing to explore if that would help in other regions as well. Just wanted to relay that experience. And then finally, I'll just close. This is a tool that hasn't been used a lot. There's more interest in it lately across the West. Other states are doing more of these designations. But if you look back at the original reasons that this tool was created back in the 70s, it really basically says that when waters, because of the unique chemistry or the geological characteristics, they give rise to resources that are really of national significance, then this designation is appropriate. And I think the trout fishery alone meets that standard here. It is a nationally famous fishery. It's one of our most iconic fisheries. But more importantly, these waters are sacred, as you've heard in comment, to the native peoples of the area. And I really think deserving this protection. I think it's a kind of a classic case of what this designation is intended for. So with that, if it's okay not to use my full time, I'll I'll leave my remarks there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, you had 20 seconds left. That was pretty good.
I did my best. Not very impressive, maybe. But
Yeah, thank you.
thanks.
Mindy, do you have any others?
Yes, I believe Regina Chicazola is on the line.
Regina? Again, let's keep it to 3 minutes if we can.
Hello? Yes. Hello. Am I still muted or no?
No, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Regina Chicazola. I'm with Save California Salmon. I wanted to thank you for prioritizing tribal beneficial uses and establishing those. And I also had two other things I wanted to add. First of all, I think a way to support tribal beneficial uses is to listen to the request of the Pitt River Tribe to designate Medicine Lake for the outstanding national resource waters. I think it's really important that when you move forward with something like designating tribal beneficial uses, to also think about what the tribes are directly asking for as far as protections of their waters. And therefore, I do support the request by the Pitt River Tribe. So I just wanted to echo what everyone else has said, and I'll just leave it there because time is limited. And I also wanted to thank you for prioritizing the temperature criteria and objectives and some of the other aquatic needs in this triennial review of the watershed. But I wanted to say that I think that those things also should go up to rank 2, at least with the temperature objectives. As you know, we're having a crisis in the Sacramento River watershed right now with both spring salmon and winter salmon and fall run salmon. And there is a movement by the state board to establish in-stream flows in some of the tributaries to the Sacramento River because of this crisis. And by crisis, I'm not saying that lightly. We're talking about a 90% decrease in listed species of salmon that are critically important also to tribal people and to the commercial fishing industry. So I know I've come to these meetings a lot and said the salmon are in crisis. We really need to look at the temperature criteria. We really need to look at dissolved oxygen. We need to figure out flows. And that was true then, but now it's become a serious extinction level crisis where they're now having to grow spring salmon within labs. So the board can take some action by prioritizing that, moving it up to a rank 2 in order to help the state board and also to help get some funding and resources within these critical cold water tributaries that could keep these species of salmon alive. So with that, I just wanted to finish saying thank you for your hard work on this. I do support the moving up of the temperature criteria and the designation of Medicine Lake to rank 2. Have a good day.
Thank you. Seem to be a lot of consensus on a couple of these issues.
Michelle Berdashevsky, if you are on your iPhone, please use *9 to raise your hand if you'd like to speak.
I'm not seeing a response.
The last commenter we have is Brian Orion with Environmental Advocates, who has been allowed 15 minutes.
You're
Okay.
unmuted, sir.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Orion. I have taken the oath. I represent Ecological Rights Foundation, an environmental nonprofit organization based in Northern California. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and the extended 15-minute allotment. By way of overview, our comments are concerning we raised a series of objections, concerns with the triennial review process as reflected in the October 2024 work plan. We submitted a letter on November 26th laying out those concerns, and they number 5 in total. These are not policy level concerns regarding ranks or prioritization. These are concerns that that the process and the projects that are outlined in the plan don't meet the regional board's mandatory duties under applicable law, and that if the board proceeds to adopt the plan and follow the plan, that it will be in violation of federal law. So in the hopes of resolving this, we bring these comments today. By way of summary, we're asking that the board not adopt the current proposed work plan, but issue a revised work plan in accordance with the summary of my comments here today. So with that overview, I'm going to jump into the 5 specific issues we have. The first, and the one that I'm going to focus on the most, is a failure to consider and adopt water quality standards for priority toxic pollutants, for which EPA has published Section 304A criteria. So just to break that down, I'm going to start with the law here. 33 United States Code Section 1313 C2B, also known as Clean Water Act, Section 303 C2B, was adopted in 1987 by Congress and mandates that whenever a state reviews water quality standards pursuant to paragraph 1, which is a triennial review, it, quote, shall adopt, unquote, new criteria for all priority toxic pollutants, for which criteria have been published under Section 1314A of this title. That's with reference to EPA's National Water Quality Criteria Recommendations, also known as Section 304A Criteria Recommendations. If the discharge or presence of the relevant pollutant could reasonably be expected to interfere with those designated uses adopted by the state as necessary to protect those designated uses. So, in other words, breaking that down, the triennial review process must result under federal law in board adoption of new water quality criteria if 2 predicates are met. 1, EPA has published a Section 304A criteria for the relevant pollutant. It's a priority toxic pollutant. And 2, the board makes a finding that the discharge or presence of that pollutant in the affected waters could reasonably be expected to interfere with designated uses. If those 2 findings are met, the board has a mandatory duty to adopt those water quality standards during the current triennial review cycle. The language is, quote, whenever a state reviews water quality standards pursuant to paragraph 1 of this subsection, i.e., whenever the board undertakes a triennial review. So our concern is that this project is not in the proposed work plan. There was Project 14, as staff noted, which was identified as a proposed project. It's being recommended for removal, and so we oppose that and would request that the board revise the proposed work plan to add this as a project. So the current work plan violates the board's mandatory duty for the reasons I just outlined. Simply put, the board lacks legal authority to refuse to perform this review during every triennial review period, every 3 years. The proposed work plan notes this has been kind of on the agenda, so to speak, for a long, long time. Since 2005, the proposed work plan notes this was something that the board had been kind of referencing in its work plans, and that then from the 2018 and 2020-21 cycles, this was a proposed project that was deprioritized and it was not undertaken. So the specific aspects of the duty that need to be complied with are to actually reach a decision up or down during the triennial review process about whether or not there are any gaps with respect to the current basin plan standards and 304A criteria for priority pollutants. If so, make a finding as to whether or not the discharge or presence will interfere with beneficial uses. If those 2 predicates are found, the board shall adopt new standards. What this could look like is adopting the current EPA 304A criteria wholesale throughout the basin plan, rather than site-specific criteria. We know it takes time to undertake site-specific review, and so EPA and guidance issued in 1988, shortly after the law was adopted, said it is legally permissible for a state to adopt wholesale the 304A criteria levels as water quality objectives in California. It may be over-inclusive, but it would be compliant and would be feasible within staff resources, given other priorities. So that's what we urge the board to do in respect to this, and that the board proceeds to then consider, site-specific criteria over time as needed to adjust those 304A criteria. The proposed work, I'd like to turn to a couple of points that were raised in the proposed work plan, and also there was a kind of a staff worksheet that was circulated on this issue today. The first is regarding the California toxics rule. So the proposed work plan notes the CTR is in place and it does establish statewide standards on toxics, but those are not an adequate substitute for the action that we're advocating here. For one thing, the CTR doesn't include all priority pollutants. In the letter of November 26, we directed the board's attention to a statement in the San Francisco Bay Regional Board's recent staff report noting there are at least seven priority pollutants for which EPA recently in 2015 issued new 304A criteria, but that are missing from the CTR. And we identified those. And Region 2 also noted that there are 64 priority toxic pollutants that are less stringent in the CTR than are in current 304A criteria. And these 304A criteria reflect the latest scientific information available. They're issued by EPA pursuant to an extensive process, and the fact that California's body of standards is so far apart from the best scientific information available about these priority toxic pollutants is of great concern, we think, and needs to be addressed. And that's why Congress made this a priority in 1987. The CTR, by the way, was not intended to be still in effect now, 24 years after it was promulgated by EPA. It was promulgated by EPA to fill a gap in California statewide standards following standards being invalidated in 1994. And the state had intended at the time to undertake a process to adopt statewide standards or regional standards into California law, but has never taken that action. And because the triennial review duty imposes a duty to do that, it's incumbent on the regional board to undertake that action today. We noted the congressional impatience with states in legislative history that was recited by EPA in promulgating the 1992 National Toxics Rule, and we summarized that in our letter of November 26th. But it makes abundantly clear that Congress was intending in 1987 Congress was impatient in 1987 with state inaction on this, and so the public is more impatient today. The second kind of note on that is site-specific criteria. There was a document circulated today that there are existing site-specific criteria in these basin plans for some of these toxics. I would just note that doesn't reflect that a comprehensive review has taken place of all 304A criteria, and that's what's missing. So the individual site-specific criteria do not meet this duty, and the triennial review duty requires more. So with that, what we are urging on this item is that the board revise the proposed work plan to make clear that it will reach a final decision about whether there are these gaps in 304A criteria during the 3-year process and make the predicate findings about impacts to beneficial uses. And if so, that the board will adopt water quality standards on these for all such toxic pollutants for which these 304A criteria exist. That concludes my comments on the first item. I'm going to try to get through the rest quickly. The second,
We only have 5 minutes left just to keep you on the clock here. Thank you.
Thank you. The second concerns the re-examination of water bodies for commercial and sport fishing designation. In brief, 40 CFR section 131.20A requires the regional board to re-examine any water body segment with water quality standards that do not provide for uses under Clean Water Act section 101A2, which in other words are the fishable, swimmable beneficial uses. If any such re-examination shows that it's attainable, that those beneficial uses are attainable, the regional board shall revise, quote, shall revise its standards accordingly. So the staff report, excuse me, the proposed work plan notes there are gaps. There are quite a few waters. The basin plan, excuse me, notes there are quite a few waters in the basins that lack a commercial and sport fishing beneficial use designation. This implicates the duty under 40 CFR 131.20A to conduct a reexamination. If there are gaps, there's a clear mandatory duty to reexamine those water body segments and make an attainability analysis. And if it's attainable, to designate the beneficial use. So this project is mandatory and should be undertaken. And so we request the board revise the proposed work plan to make that project a one that it will commit to and undertake this triennial review cycle. Third, the failure to consider whether new information on tribal reserved rights exists. 40 CFR section 131.20A requires the regional board to, quote, include evaluating whether there's any new information available about tribal reserved rights applicable to state waters that needs to be considered to establish water quality standards, unquote. And that has to be done as part of the triennial review process. This regulation became effective in June of 2024. Nothing in the proposed work plan provides an indication that the triennial review will conduct this evaluation, and for this reason, it violates the law and should be modified accordingly. Point number 4, failure to submit the results of the triennial review to EPA. Section 1313C1 of the Clean Water Act and EPA's regulations 40 CFR 131.20A require submission of the, quote, results, unquote, of the triennial review to EPA within 30 days. Submission of the proposed work plan as is proposed doesn't constitute submission of the results because the proposed work plan is prospective. The results would be what has the regional board actually undertaken in terms of completed work over the triennial review cycle, and creating a summary and discussing the outcome of the triennial review work, and then submitting those results to EPA. And because the proposed work plan doesn't propose to do that, it's not compliant with the law. And so we therefore request to be modified to make clear that's what will be done, that rather than approving and submitting it and calling it done, that there's a separate submission after the end of the submission, excuse me, at the end of the triennial review cycle. And then separately, we also request this be done with respect to the prior triennial review. So the one that was completed in roughly 2021, that the regional board summarize the work that was completed in that cycle and submit those as the results pursuant to this duty. Lastly, point number 5, failure to adopt new water quality standards deemed appropriate. 33 USC section 1313C1 provides that states, quote, shall at least once each 3-year period hold public hearings for the purpose of reviewing applicable water quality standards and as appropriate modifying and adopting new standards. That's the duty. The state board's continuing planning process report makes clear this review is intended to identify standards that need to be revised and affirm those standards that are appropriate and require no revision. We call the board's attention to the Los Angeles Regional Board's recent triennial review staff report, which lays out this duty as incorporating a duty to actually adopt such standards during the triennial review process. So we believe that the staff report should be modified to make clear that the board will actually adopt any new water quality standards found to be appropriate during the triennial review process. We request that the board commit to a timeline for revising this proposed work plan. We proposed January 24th, 2025, which is within 6 weeks, to both issue a new proposed work plan and to submit the results of the triennial review to EPA from the 2021 work plan process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We do have your letter, which I think laid that out pretty well. A good summary.
That was excluded from the record.
Right. For future reference. But I think at this point, we're supposed to ask for staff follow-up and any recommendations to move this forward.
Suppose we take a recess. Short
Okay.
recess.
Yeah. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
I'm ready if you're ready.
The floor is yours.
Okay, so just on that last comment, we heard a few issues raised and I wanted to address the points in turn. I'm going to take it a little bit out of order, just given the complexity of the last issue, the 304A, so we'll leave that for last. The point about tribal reserved rights, the commenter was correct. That was a new effective rule, went into effect in June 2024. That was several months after our initial triennial review solicitation went out. The requirement in that regulatory revision instructs the board to, as part of the triennial review, evaluate whether there's any new information about tribal reserved rights that needs to be considered. The board engaged in extensive outreach as part of this triennial review process and has not received any new information about tribal reserved rights to evaluate. And of course, the board will continue to engage with tribes and EPA going forward on this issue. The second issue, the fishable, swimmable designations, those are uses specified in 101A2 of the Clean Water Act. So as noted by the commenter, federal regulation instructs the board to, as part of the triennial review process, re-examine any water body segment with water quality standards that do not include the uses specified in section 101A2 of the Act, so fishable, swimmable uses, to determine if any new information has become available that indicates the uses are attainable and revise standards accordingly. So as part of this process, no new information regarding attainment of fishable, swimmable uses in specific water body segments was submitted to the board during our solicitation and comment periods. The board did receive a general comment from US EPA regarding potential lacking COM designations in the region. And in response, board staff worked closely with EPA on this issue, developed Project 34, which would involve a region-wide evaluation to determine whether COMs should be designated. EPA did not provide additional comments following addition of this project. And as already stated, the board did not otherwise receive new information on attainment of 101A2 uses in specific water bodies. While board staff will continue to seek and consider public comments on all water quality standards, it is appropriately targeted specific standards in the current triennial review period to balance resources and limitations. All right, the third issue I'll address, the triennial review submission requirement raised by the commenter. Federal law directs the board to submit the results of its triennial review to EPA within 30 days of completion of the review. Historically, the board has submitted the adopting resolution and work plan to the State Water Board and EPA following the triennial review board hearing. I'd also note that section 3 of the work plan before you today does include information on standards adopted since the last review. And as water quality standards are adopted going forward, board staff does submit those to Water Board and EPA for review and approval as appropriate. EPA has never objected to the board's process on this point. And the last point before I get to the 304A criteria issue raised, the commenter raised the idea that during the triennial review requires review of standards and as appropriate modification of those standards, pointing to the 3-year period. It is the board's position that we're not required to adopt standards within that 3-year period to the extent we've identified standards that should be reviewed and modified. And the board does, as part of the triennial review process and is recognized by EPA, we have discretion to target specific standards based on resources and priorities, so long as it holds a hearing. The triennial review, that 3-year requirement, is really specific to the hearing to receive and consider input on all standards. which the board has done here today. And it will solicit and will continue to solicit and consider public input on all standards and the appropriateness of revision. Okay, so the last, I jumped. The last issue about 304A criteria. So I'll try to break this down, understanding this is a complex framework. You heard a lot of Clean Water Act citations in the comment. So federal law instructs the state as part of the triennial review process to hold a hearing to review water quality standards and as appropriate, adopt new or revised standards. That's the triennial review. Specific to toxic or what EPA has relabeled priority pollutants, for which EPA has published section 304A recommended national human health or aquatic life criteria. The Clean Water Act directs the board, where appropriate, to adopt water quality objectives as necessary to support designated uses. And then for EPA, 304A recommended criteria more broadly, that's recommended criteria for both priority and non-priority pollutants. Federal regulations instruct the board to explain its decision for not adopting or revising standards. So a little background you heard earlier. In California, for priority pollutant water quality objectives, we have the national and California toxic rule, which EPA promulgated to get California into compliance with this Clean Water Act subsection reference. These standards apply statewide in the CTR, and any review or revision of these statewide objectives would be done by state board. And these criteria are in addition to statewide standards such as the mercury provisions promulgated by state board. So apart from the statewide standards for the Central Valley, we have site-specific objectives within the basin plan. We also have the narrative toxicity standard that considers 304A recommended criteria and a chemical constituent standard that incorporates statewide maximum contaminant levels that might apply to these pollutants as well. So separate from these subsets of standards I just referenced, these water quality objectives, you have the EPA Section 304A national recommended criteria that the state can consider in establishing its water quality objectives. And since some of those standards were promulgated, EPA has published new and updated or revised recommended criteria for some of the parameters in our objectives that apply to both within the region and within the state. So with that background in mind, consider the comment. The issue raised is the board's consideration of this new or updated recommended criteria for water quality standards. So I'm kind of thinking of these in two buckets. Bucket one is statewide standards. When I say standards there, I mean water quality objectives. So that could include the CTR. For statewide objectives for which new or updated 304A criteria have been published, the board will continue to rely on state board and its ongoing and planned statewide efforts. And apart from that, protectiveness of existing standards, including narrative objectives, which can implement 304A recommended criteria. So that is to say, to the extent there are gaps in the CTR, the board still implements its narrative objective and does consider the 304A recommended criteria. For site-specific standards within the Central Valley's Basin Plan, I have a few points on this. First and foremost, the board has discretion to revise existing standards to incorporate updated recommended criteria. The board is not obligated to adopt the 304A recommended criteria when developing objectives, but it may consider other scientifically defensible methods and must take into account other state requirements, such as factoring in economic considerations. Under the Clean Water Act provision that's been cited, the board considers whether toxic pollutants could reasonably be expected to interfere with designated uses and whether revision or objectives is necessary to support designated uses. In the Central Valley, the board continues to evaluate the protectiveness of existing standards through existing permitting monitoring programs as part of the integrated report process. And as you see in the triennial review proposed work plan before you, the board includes projects to continue evaluation of site-specific standards, such as the ongoing delta methyl mercury control program review. The work plan does include an explanation for why staff is not recommending the board adopt or newer revised 304A criteria into standards at this time. And in anticipating this issue that's been raised by the commenter, staff has developed a summary to help clarify the information we have and the decision that's been made by the board. And then in addition to this, we do have some revisions to the work plan that we'd like to propose to the board just to further clarify and explain the board's position. So with that, I will turn it to Adam to provide a little context in the summary that I believe is before you.
Yeah, so we did hand out a summary to you all. My understanding is that the commenters are saying that even though we provided explanation in the work plan, why we are not proceeding with additional projects for adoption of revised standards based on these, I'm going to call them the recommended criteria, the US EPA's recommended criteria, otherwise 304A criteria. We've missed some form of review under 304A, and that's what the commenters at least seems to be bringing up, and whether our objectives or implementation are as protective as the revised criteria. We disagree with that comment. To assist in explaining that, we lay that information out in that document that you have, and to help you understand our ongoing considerations. Staff have developed that document, or we've worked with them and developed it to consider kind of what our basin plan site specific objectives in relation to the 304A revised criteria. In what we're calling that as an organized working summary of these criteria. There's a lot of information in there. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but I will talk to you about our process here and how we do this. So first of all, I think, we at the regional board here, we continuously consider these and other criteria, the 304A criteria, academic research, expert opinion, resource agency experts, tribal input, community and public concerns as we prioritize water quality permitting and response efforts throughout the region. This is done on a regular basis by staff in responding to water quality concerns. And as we do permits for the MPDS program and the irrigated lands program. In fact, irrigated lands program, has a series of pesticides are coming in and out of new pesticides show up almost every day, it seems like. And so we have to do this. We have to be looking at criteria and trying to find ways to protect our waters. And so that our programs are doing this on what I would call almost a continuous basis or an iterative basis. 303 delisting, permitting programs. Our swamp program does sampling. We're looking at toxicity data. We're looking at fish tissue information. We're looking at sediment toxicity data and things like that. So I'd say that first, that's kind of our process and how we look at these things. The other thing that I think is important here is Bailey already mentioned it. I'll reiterate here. For statewide standards, the CTR, or what's called the California Toxics Rule, we rely on State Water Board to update those standards. It wouldn't make much sense for us at the regional board here to update a statewide standard that would apply or that applies in the California Toxics Rule. So that we look to them for that. So the summary you have there is really limited to our Central Valley site-specific objectives that we have in our basin plan. And you can see there's really not too many constituents. A couple of examples that I can bring up and speak about. So one is chlorpyrifos and diazinon. These are pesticides. And during about the same general time, the 304A criteria were being updated for chlorpyrifos. Our staff were out doing toxicity testing and finding widespread toxicity in the Delta and San Joaquin system for basically toxicity. And that toxicity wound up implicating chlorpyrifos and diazinon to a certain extent as the cause. for these reasons, we move forward here at Region 5 with chlorpyrifos and diazinon TMDL for the Delta, which included water quality objectives. Those objectives are very, very consistent with the 304A or US EPA's 304A criteria. But to say that the reality was, though, that actually prior to the 304A criteria being revised, we had already been looking into these toxicity concerns and starting to see issues out there. So that's one example. This has been a very successful program with DPR, with our basin plan amendment and DPR's efforts. It's really led to widespread, basically limitation on use of those materials and much better water quality for these materials. Selenium is another great example. You'll see a project for selenium in your work plan. There was new recommended criteria for selenium in 2016. There was also some concerns raised that there was split tail that have been deformed in the San Joaquin Delta system. There really isn't good information right now to say exactly how those deformations happened, whether it was selenium impacts from the fish in the bay system as they're exposed to potentially selenium from refineries operations, or up in the Delta system or above the Delta where they go where they're exposed potentially up in the San Joaquin River. But the work done moved us or spurned us forward to do some additional work and look for split tail impacts to fund some fish collection efforts to see whether we have that continuing. We have not seen it continuing, but we do continue through our grasslands bypass project to evaluate the fish impacts to selenium, to evaluate whether or not the standards and the TMDL that we've adopted in our site-specific objective is fully protective of the aquatic life beneficial uses. So a couple of examples. I think we are doing this review. This review happens and certainly. I can answer any questions at this point.
No, that's a good explanation. And just flipping through the handout you gave us, it looks like, all of the priority pollutants that you listed here, there haven't been any updated standards since the most recent triennial review. So in addition to the work that you've done kind of on your own initiative, I don't know where his comments were coming from, honestly.
I think I don't know exactly. All we can do here and what we have done is try to lay out what we do and how we do this and how we maintain protectiveness of our water quality standards and make sure that if we see a concern, right, if we think that we're not protective or our standard that we're operating under is not protective, then we move to do something about it.
And I'll add that we will continue a dialogue with both the State Water Board and US EPA on what we submit as part of the triennial review, as was kind of laid out in the comments. We've been doing this fairly regularly and achieving the targets, at least as were set by US EPA and the State Water Board, and have no indication that are not up to those regulatory standards. But we will continue, to look and investigate what we do, scrutinize our internal processes, and report back on them as we believe we're required to do under the existing regulations.
And I did think of one more point to raise just on the 304A, just to Patrick's point about continued coordination with other agencies. EPA did make comments on the 304A issue. Our explanation in the record, staff worked closely with EPA staff in developing where we are today. And so the exercise here today is just to further clarify what's been done and considered. And so, yeah, credit to staff for really coordinating closely with EPA. And we didn't get any additional comments to those revisions following staff's work. And then I guess one more point just to highlight, Adam emphasized it, I emphasized it, but I'll just re-emphasize it. There were reference to the CTR, gaps in the CTR, and this review that the summary that Adam went over with the site-specific objectives, that wasn't sufficient. Again, the CTR and the statewide standards, it's really continuing to rely on State Board for those efforts. Okay, and with that, I think unless there are any other comments from Adam or Patrick. So before you, and we have copies in the room as well, is our proposed work plan that was presented to the board. And we're just going to go over some revisions, proposed revisions within the introduction to present to the board and consider as part of this project. So you'll see them in track changes. And I believe these were also provided or will be provided to the online commenter. Yes. Will be, we can get them, yeah, but they're on the screen. Okay, so starting with the first paragraph that's been proposed revisions. These are just to clarify the training review period and what's anticipated going forward. So the training review plan will be used to direct basin planning efforts over the next 3 years with projects and priorities subject to reevaluation during the next triennial review anticipated in 2027. Moving on to the next paragraph. This is again just clarifying the purpose of the hearing and triennial review process. During the triennial review process, the Central Valley Water Board receives public input on water quality standards and considers modifying or adopting new water quality objectives consistent with the CWA, short for Clean Water Act. Moving on, proposing to add this new paragraph. This is primarily pulling language that was already included in Project 14 to clarify the 304A criteria and existing standards within the state. So I'll read it here. US EPA publishes national recommended criteria for priority and non-priority pollutants pursuant to Clean Water Act Section 304A. The Central Valley is implementing statewide criteria promulgated by US EPA within the 2000 California Toxics Rule, or CTR, for priority pollutants, i.e. toxic pollutants. Additionally, the Central Valley's basin plans include a limited set of site-specific objectives for priority pollutants, incorporate state maximum contaminant levels to protect municipal and domestic beneficial use, and include narrative objectives and a policy for application of water quality objectives that indicates that the Central Valley Board can use available information, numerical criteria, and guidelines from other authoritative bodies to assist in determining compliance with narrative objectives. Board staff continuously assesses the protectiveness of existing standards through permitting and monitoring programs, including toxicity testing and bioassessment data collection through permits, and evaluation of constituents and water quality through the integrated report process. And the footnote here is to that integrated report process. Additionally, projects outlined further in this work plan, including evaluation of existing selenium objectives and review of the Delta Mercury Control Program, further these efforts. Through these ongoing processes, staff believe existing standards, including narrative water quality standards, which may rely on 304A criteria recommendations, continue to be protective. Pursuant to 40 CFR 131.20 subdivision A, for region-wide or site-specific objectives, the board has considered new revised 304A recommendations and does not plan to adopt new revised criteria for parameters which EPA has published new or revised 304A recommendations during the next 3 years. Due to resource limitations, other priority projects outlined further in this work plan, and the protectiveness of existing water quality standards. As presented at the hearing today, staff is aware of a limited set of site-specific objectives where US EPA has published more stringent 304A criteria recommendations, but does not believe it is necessary or appropriate to modify such standards at this time. Additionally, for statewide criteria, such as under the California Toxics Rule, the Central Valley Water Board will continue to rely on the State Water Resource Control Board, State Water Board, its ongoing plan efforts and consideration of 304A recommended criteria through existing narrative water quality objectives. And this footnote here is to the State Water Board's ongoing basin planning efforts. The board will continue to solicit and consider public input, including through permitting actions and the triennial review process. regarding existing standards and whether any future revisions are necessary or appropriate. And then these last points are the other issues raised. Federal regulations also instruct the state to examine any water body segment with water quality standards that do not include the uses specified in Section 101(8)(2) of the Clean Water Act to determine if any new information has become available and as appropriate revised standards. They're 40 CFR 131.2A, subdivision A. No new information on attainment of 101(8)(2) uses in specific water body segments was brought to the board's attention during the triennial review process. Projects outlined further in this work plan, including a project developed in response to US EPA's recommendation for a region-wide review to determine water bodies where commercial and sport fishing uses should be designated, would result in appropriate assessment and potential expansion of use designations throughout the region. Additionally, the board will continue to solicit new information from the public to evaluate in future review cycles. Lastly, effective June 3rd, 2024, states are required to evaluate whether there's any new information available about tribal reserved rights applicable to state waters that needs to be considered to establish water quality standards consistent with 40 CFR section 131.9. And that citation to 40 CFR 131.2A, subdivision A. The board engaged in outreach as part of the triennial review process. And while this engagement commenced before the effective date of this regulatory update, the board has not received any new information about tribal reserved rights to evaluate. The board will continue to engage with US EPA and tribes to receive relevant information regarding tribal reserved rights and consider modifications to water quality standards as appropriate. And see also Project 2 for discussion of potential tribal beneficial use designations. While the board continues to target specific water quality standards during each triennial review to balance limited resources and priorities, it will continue to seek and consider public comment on all water quality standards during this process to identify priority areas for action. See 80 Federal Register at 51029. Period. Thank you.
Well done.
I
Thank you.
truly appreciate that. I don't want to lose also, I've heard a little bit of discussion here regarding potentially elevating one or two projects to special status 2. That's absolutely the board's discretion. I think you can certainly look through your work plan and kind of see that at least for the outstanding national resource water, that has 6 of 7 check boxes on it in terms of our internal evaluation, making it the highest of the priority 3. So it would not take much of a nudge to put it into a special status of priority 2 or priority rank 2. And I think a temperature criteria and objectives are pretty close behind with 5. That said, I think there are a number of moving pieces to that particular endeavor that might mean that it can stay where it is. But again, totally up to you whether you want to boost any project. A project with 1 checkbox could be boosted to a special status project if the board saw fit. That's up to your discretion. So certainly I'll allow Bailey to answer any questions for the wizardry that she put together just then. But we're certainly available, to make other recommendations and as the board sees fit. And we wouldn't necessarily have to, write out all of them and have it before the board. Simple direction for elevating a project would be sufficient guidance for us to review and make amendments to the plan accordingly.
So just process question, with these revisions that Bailey just eloquently went through. Thank you for that. So we can make a motion and adopt this resolution incorporating these changes. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that would also encompass the other minor changes staff emphasized during this presentation.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And on the ranking, I was impressed that there were so many commenters that were pushing for the ONR designation. And do I understand we can make that designation, or is that done by the state? How does that
That is
happen?
a not totally straightforward.
Yeah, I figured.
We are continuing to have discussions with US EPA. The commenters were absolutely correct in that, you know, efforts have begun in Region 1 to kind of evaluate those. It is within a fairly unique provision of the Clean Water Act, kind of the anti-degradation provisions is where it is, and a designation of an outstanding national resource water would mean zero degradation from here on out. And there are currently 2 in the state of California, neither in our region, but Lake Tahoe and Mono Lake are both outstanding national resource water designated waterways. You know, this could be a third, and we will, if that project was elevated as resources allow, that would be the highest kind of priority project that we'd get to after we're working on the ones that we are currently working on.
Okay, thank you. So the process would be, we could recommend accepting the proposition to make it a rank 2 for Medicine Lake watershed. And then the ONR thing would follow down the road when the time came.
Yep, it would simply make a motion to adopt this work plan with a late revision proposed by legal counsel and a late revision to elevate the outstanding natural resource water project to rank 2.
And the temperature one has that involves flow and a lot of other issues, right? So
it absolutely does, and you know, it is absolutely something that, you know, I find fascinating, and you know, I wish Meredith had the resources to adequately address that. But it is a multi-pronged project that would involve additional research into biological limitations on certain fish species that are native to the Central Valley and not to other areas of California. It involve extensive coordination with the State Water Board on flow objectives and how those would be set. And you know, the specter of global climate change looms over all of that. It is absolutely a project that I think is meritorious. It is, again, one of the highest ranked projects in rank 3. You know, but I think we're trying to get done with what we have on deck right now. And then, you know, we would absolutely consider, you know, some type of arrangement where we could work on that in collaboration with State Water Board as we get the resources to do that.
Well, I don't know if there are any other questions or
I can just add that the Division of Water Rights does have 2 studies right now going on that they have funded, and we are coordinating with them. We get invited to quarterly meetings to hear updates on that. When they have the results written up into reports, they intend to provide us those. So there are things that Water Rights is currently doing that we are keeping, you know, abreast of regarding temperature.
Just for clarity, when you're going to do the revisions, there are late revisions, and then there are the late revisions that Bailey just brought to the table. So if we could include both of those in any motion.
Thank you. There are also revisions that Mason.
So can you state what the motion would be then in that case to incorporate those late revisions? And then also
all revisions made recently. There are the written late revisions that were discussed during the staff report. There are additional late revisions proposed by legal counsel, and then there would be a change of the project dealing with outstanding national resource waters in Medicine Lake Highlands to a rank 2 at the discretion of the board. The resolution would encompass all of that.
I will make that motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to take a vote.
Was that Denise the seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Board Member Kadara?
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader?
Aye.
Board Member Baggett? Vice Chair Avdis? And Chair Bradford?
Yes. Thank you. And I think we're done.
I truly appreciate your engagement and engagement of all of the commenters on these issues are very, very important. Thanks for sticking around. Especially for the folks who drove long distances. I know I see Gregory has left, but he made an extraordinarily long trip down here to advocate for that position. So I really want to extend my thanks to everyone. I will make one last note for the record. This is Emel Wadwani's last meeting as Assistant Chief Counsel. She just, the governor made an announcement that he has appointed her to Chief Counsel of Cal Recycle, which is an extraordinary position for her. They are very lucky to have her. I think Denise might be the only one on the board who remembers when Emel was working with me at the Central Valley Water Board. Emel and Lori Oken in particular were mentors that I relied upon tremendously, and her legal talent has benefited the board, both in her capacity as counsel for the board and as Assistant Chief Counsel. She leaves behind at the Office of Chief Counsel a number of people who can absolutely fill her shoes. But her compassion and her work ethic and her wise counsel are unparalleled. Really, really, really going to miss you, Emel, and just want to say thanks for everything that you've given to this board over the years.
Thanks, Emel.
Yeah, thank you, Emel. Okay, another one bites the dust. I mean, 3 in one day. So they're leaving. What's going on here?
Well, let's not get up ahead of ourselves. Emel's not retiring. You're
No,
still,
no, that's
you're
right.
still in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
grind.
We
So
know where
it's
to-
just somewhere else now.
We know where to find her. Yeah. Well, with that, I think we're concluding our business for the day, and the meeting is adjourned. So
Thank you, staff.
And thanks to staff,
Thank
thanks
you.
to
Happy
Jean,
holidays.
Mason, Jesse, they both stepped up. This is in addition to their regular workload that they handled this triennial review. And Mason especially for giving some of the first presentation before the board. Excellent work. Thanks
Really good
to
job.
everybody.
Yes, and thank you and happy holidays and Merry Christmas. Hopefully everybody enjoys some downtime. All right, thanks.
Yeah, I think we should leave these lights up permanently. It looks pretty festive. Yeah.
Be Whoville for
Right.
the rest of the year.
Yeah, thank you.